That needs to be on. Can you hear us now?
Okay, checking one more time. Councilmember Stromey, can you hear us?
Yes.
All right. Hand raised.
All right, we'll start. You ready, City Manager, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. So today we have a presentation, it looks like, in recognition of the Escalon Police Explorers performance. It's something that is a pretty interesting concept, letting these kids go out and work with other agencies and kind of learn in a real holistic way. So I believe Sergeant Zambrano and Officers Kyle, they were the ones that reignited the entire idea of the Explorers program. So I do think that's a real exciting thing to see in our community. Would you like to say something, Chief?
On June 26th through the 28th, the Police Explorers took part in the Central Valley Explorer Competition. It was held at West High in Tracy. They competed against 29 agencies as far away as Los Angeles and Carson City, competing in 14 scenarios from traffic stops to active shooters. In years past, our Explorers competed in this competition, and they did quite well. This was when Sergeant Brookshire was the Explorer advisor. After he left, the Explorers weren't as active. Officer Kais and Sergeant Zambrana have rejuvenated the program, and this year when I heard about the Explorer competition in May, I posed it to them as a challenge, and they rose to the occasion, and I couldn't be prouder for them. They took first place in the traffic stop scenario, and again, out of 29 agencies, that's pretty good. I look forward to more plaques next year.
That's pretty special, you guys. Obviously, you're heading the right direction. You're competing and you're doing well in the competition. So hats off to you. Kais as well as Zambrano. Good work. Dias, have anything to add?
You guys make me proud, and I'm proud to be from Escalon. You guys are doing fantastic, and congratulations.
Yeah, heck yeah.
Yeah, congratulations. Good job, all of you.
Way to represent the city, guys. Keep up the good work.
Just want to say kudos to the kids. Way to be really involved in your community. We appreciate the time and effort that you guys put into the Explorers. And also give a huge shout out to Sergeant Zambrana and Officer Kais. Thanks for stepping up and accepting Chief's challenge.
Well, investing in the future is the key. So good work. City Manager, you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you.
Zambrano wants to say something.
Go for it.
It's been about 14 years since the Explorer program has actually went to a competition. So for them to going in blind, because there was a lot of things that myself and Officer Kais don't know, and we have to teach them from the ground up. So the hard work and dedication that they put in, I'm extremely grateful for their dedication to the program and for the amount of work that Officer Kais put into training them. They managed to bring home the gold and a couple awards. So I couldn't myself be more proud than ever, because this is the first time in 14 years. So it's something new for us. And we're looking forward to next year. Thank you, Chief, for the opportunity to send these Explorers. And I'm sure they had fun. They literally had blood, sweat, and tears coming from this competition. I'm dead serious with the blood, sweat, and tears. One of them got shot, had an injury on the arm with a simulation round. It was a very good competition. It was an eye-opener for them, seeing what the career field that they're getting into. So I'm glad they got that experience, and I'm actually happy for them to go to the next one. Thank you.
Yeah. Before we do the consent calendar, Councilman Engel, did you have something you wanted to?
Yeah, if we can move item 9 up.
Item 9, okay. Is Dias okay with moving item 9 up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Good.
I'm fine with that.
Sean, you good with that?
Yeah, if we're moving item 9 up, can we move up item number 8 as well?
Sure. I'm fine with that as long as everyone else is. Yeah. You good with that?
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and hit those first when we get there. As far as, okay. So before we do that, let's look at the consent calendar. Anyone up here want to pull 2, 3, or 4?
No.
Anyone in the community like to pull 2, 3, or 4? Okay, anyone online?
No hands raised.
All right, humor emotion.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
A second?
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed, say nay.
Mayor, just note going forward, all the votes, since we have a council member that's appearing remotely, need to be by roll call vote.
Oh, gotcha.
So if we
Apologize.
could just do that, we'll let if we could just humor me and do that one more time with the roll call vote. That's only because we have a council member appearing remotely. Otherwise, that would be fine.
Understandable. Where do you want to start? With me or with?
Wherever.
Just start at the top.
Jennifer?
Mayor Andrew Hagan,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melinda Walker,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeremy Engel,
Aye.
Councilmember Sean Stroman,
Aye.
and Councilmember Jeff Kay.
Aye.
Thank you.
We'll go on to staff communications.
Right, that is my area, and to make this brief, we have presented some of the Finance Department Q4 reports for Measure P, for some of the LLMDs, for all of the LLMDs. And we have a summary report, if I can find it on here, of expenses and the revenues, things that people would be interested in for the end of June. As of even this morning, we still have a few invoices coming in for June. Oh, there we go. Haha. All right. So right now, June, of course, is over, but we're still processing June. We're at 96% of our expense budget, and we're doing well. And the packet has a lot of these different reports that we've seen at different points in time in the year to help whatever anyone wants to look at. So is there any questions that I can hone in on, or are we?
I didn't personally have any, but
Okay.
any there?
No, I'm good.
I do not.
John, any questions?
Briefly, what is the status of the investment currently, Celinda?
At June 30th, right now, we have $845,412 collected for the year, for the fiscal year. It's doing well.
Okay. Okay, nothing further, Mayor.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it for me. Unless
you?
there's questions?
All right, we'll go around the horn here.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing for this meeting.
Okay.
Nothing as well.
All right. Chief?
No, nothing.
Okay. And Public Works?
Real briefly, just want to let the council know that we did have a slurry project going on in town the last week, and we've had a few hiccups with some of the quality of it, and we're working on it, along with striping should happen this week, but just want council to know that we're on top of that.
Okay. As far as like in front of the schools, that could be an issue.
Right.
Is that going to happen before?
It should, yes.
Okay. Appreciate it. Any other questions for staff? Oh, I'm sorry. Come back to you.
Nothing from city manager's office.
Okay. Any other questions for staff up here?
Who's the
I
guy
have
with the mustache?
one quick one. Sorry.
Council member, I want to introduce you to Marshall with our city engineer.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Swift with MCR Engineering, contract city engineer.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Any questions, Sean, or Councilman Sean Stroman?
Just call me whatever, Andy, it's fine. So Justin, last meeting, Jake reported some of the ongoing AT&T repairs. Can you give us a status update on that?
Well, since the last council meeting, there hasn't been a whole lot of activity going on with AT&T. They're kind of getting a game plan, I think, to be able to come back to do a little bit better of a job. We have a meeting hopefully set up soon. We've been trying to get with them to do a job walk prior to they start again. But we're definitely on them like hawks, and we'll keep you posted when we can.
Okay. In particular, I want to point out some of the not so good repairs they did along Mission. And then there's a lot of residents that are still being affected by all the flags that they placed in their yards. So if we could stay on top of it, it'd be very, very much appreciated.
Yes, sir. You got it.
Thanks.
Any questions from the community for staff? No. Okay. Anyone online?
No hands.
No? Okay. We'll bring it back. Excuse me. The matters presented from the audience, the public may address the city council on any item that is on the agenda.
Not on the agenda.
Sorry. That is not on the agenda. Yeah, it does. You might want to fix that error. But anyways.
Yeah, so that's a typo, but just to be clear, the matters for the audience is for anything that's not on the agenda.
Yeah, I was just reading through it, sorry.
Yeah.
Not on the agenda at the time the item is called. The public may also address the city council on any item not on the agenda that is within the subject matter of the city of Escalon. Each speaker is limited to a maximum of 5 minutes. Unused time may not be yielded to another speaker. You may state your name and address for the record, however, it is not required. Due to state law, action will be taken on any item that is not on the agenda, and except for brief responses, the council is prohibited from discussing any item not on the agenda. If it requires action, it will be referred to staff and/or placed on a future agenda. The determination of whether an item is within the subject matter of the city is a discretionary decision made by the mayor. Okay. At this point, if you have things to say about the project happening, kind of hold tight on that. But if you have any other comments from the community, we'd love to hear them.
Ed Elves, Escalon, Councilman, Mayor, staff. The reason I'm here this evening, well, there's a couple reasons, but this particular thing is I was at the soccer game last Saturday with my grandchildren, and we went to find parking, which there was none. And there was people scrambling everywhere for parking. Old people were having a hard time shuffling in. It was kind of a mess. And I really didn't know what was going on until I realized that the parking lot that we normally were able to use was no longer available. And I'm not sure why, but then I called the owner and I asked him. So I know there's been some dialogue between the owner and the city, and I'm not sure what happened, but whatever happened pretty much consequently ended up with not having a place to park. I know that we're working on it, but I want to point out something to you guys that you may or may not know, and that is that I've tried to get that land leased at the park there that's been vacant, the 13 acres, not counting the new project you guys want to do. And nobody wants to farm that little piece of land. It's just not profitable, and it's also a hassle because of dust and spraying and many other things. So I happened to run across the owner of the property next door, and we had lunch together one day by accident. I hadn't talked to him in a long time. I've known him for years. And it came up about the property and the dialogue that's been going on between him and the city. And I asked him, well, would you be interested in the other piece of land that we have? And he said, sure, I'd like to park my trucks there. And I said, okay. So I relayed that message to our city manager and told him what the situation was. And I don't know what happened after that between the two. But I talked to him today, and his attitude is that he's got a business going. He has a sense of urgency where he doesn't see that on behalf of the city. So he's just frustrated and just wants to get something done, and he wants to get your attention. So that's how he got your attention. Now, you can look at that as bullying. You can look at that as leveraging. You can look at it any way you want. But here's the bottom line. That's 50 parking places. And a lot of people struggle to get out there to see their children play. I recommend personally that we find a solution as soon as possible that's amenable to both of us, which I think is reasonable that we swap the land. They get $100 a piece back and forth. He said he would level the land and prep it up for the trucks, take care of it, which I believe he will. At any rate, I know this has been a subject you guys have been talking about, but didn't put on the agenda tonight. It's no reason I'm here talking now, because otherwise it was on the agenda. I wasn't going to say anything, but it wasn't on the agenda. So anyway, I'd like you to think about it, but remember, let's not cut off our nose to spite our face. We could use that parking and it would help a lot. A lot of people really were misplaced. All right? Thank you.
Appreciate the input, Ed. You want to make a comment to that? Some of it's not quite clear or accurate, I should say.
Yeah, and we won't address that issue. But we will state that we did have some concern with some of the safety issues associated with the parking around the rec. And this was identified over the weekend after the agenda had been posted. And so we plan tonight to poll the council to see if they'd like to add an urgency item to facilitate a parking arrangement with the owner that was referenced in the public comment. So potentially, if voted on by the council, that could be heard as early as tonight.
Okay.
And so after, probably after the two administrative items, maybe we vote on that, and then we can hold that item. If voted on by the council, it requires a 2/3 vote.
Yeah.
2/3 vote.
4 votes.
4/5. After that, then we can move the item to the end of the agenda if the council approves it to be on the agenda.
Okay. Any other matters from the audience?
I'm back. Just kidding. Gabriela Vargas, 1010 First Street. Good evening, everyone. Couple things I have, mostly to the community, but in particular to Jalen and Justin, and the council for approving the lights on First Street. I was out of town, but I saw it's up. That was in October, will be 3 years ago that I put the request in, and the council approved it. And Jalen and Justin have just been on top of PG&E to get it in. My neighbors are not happy with me. And I noticed my nighttime swimming now has a big million lumen light shining in my backyard. Nonetheless, I'm very proud and happy, and just a reminder to the community that the council cares and the staff care. And if there is an issue in your neighborhood that needs to be addressed, bring it forward and let the process, show itself. So thank you guys. Justin, is there any way I can get your guys to the tree in the alley? It's, going over, and I just don't want to be responsible for anybody's car getting damaged. And then lastly, I want to recognize on a personal level, Escalon Police Department, and I'm not going to name particular officers' names. I have been dealing with a personal matter, I'm going to get emotional, that I have had to depend on EPD to be present for me on multiple occasions. I want to commend your officers and you in particular in being their supervisor. It shows in the way they handled the situation with care and respect for me and, my reputation in the community, and just doing it with dignity. And I even today had another incident, and I just want to thank you and your officers. And it really means a lot from someone who came from a place that we don't talk to the police. So it's made a big impact on my life, this department, but now it's making an impact in my kids' lives. And so I just want to have you guys recognized for that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good work, Chief. Any other matters from the audience? No? Online? Okay. No? All right, so we'll move, I think, 9 up. Want to start with 8, or do you want to start? I guess we'll start with 8,
We can start with 8.
since they're both being moved up.
I'll just introduce it. Thank you, Mayor. Item number 8 is an agenda item request. It was brought forward at the last city council meeting. The way our process works, if there's 2 council members who support bringing an item at a council meeting to an agenda, it will be placed on a future agenda. This one has a little bit of urgency as it is timely. So in essence, the request is to consider attendance, council attendance at the California Cities 2026 Annual Conference and Expo in Anaheim. And again, this was brought up at the last council meeting. There are council members who desire to do more training and networking in the community. Primarily what we want to go through is just the cost, so everyone knows and is aware. So we've broken down the cost for the conference, and we've provided 3 different options. We've provided a flight option, a personal vehicle option, and a rental vehicle option. And that is in the staff report. It's up on the screen now for the council to consider. One thing I will state, again, the timeliness of this item and reason we brought it forward based on council direction. Now, we also would like to bring a broader item that walks through perhaps a slate of trainings that the council identifies that they would like to participate in or none based on your discretion. So that we have that information for budgeting, it's transparent to the community, and the council members can plan their schedules accordingly based on the number of training and conference events that they select. So that item will be coming at a later date. Again, because of the timeliness of this one, we've decided to bring this one conference forward, again, based on council direction at the last meeting. So if there's any questions, we'd be happy to answer those. Otherwise, I turn it over to the requesting council members.
Councilman Stroman, you have anything?
Yeah, actually, I have a question for the city manager. Trying to be mindful of the cost of a flight or a personal vehicle. I understand there's gas charges involved, but doesn't the city have 2 vehicles currently?
We do have vehicles that could be used if desired, and that would save on the cost of the rental car and or the mileage reimbursement. Correct.
Okay. So the reason I brought this before the council is similar to the discussion was brought up earlier this year regarding attendance at the SJCOG One Voice trip. And so just, I know that the council has previously attended, so Councilmember Engel, Mayor Pro Tem Walker, and myself, when we first got on council, we attended the mayors and council members roundtable conference in Sacramento. I understand Anaheim is further to travel, but one of the things that was requested by the mayor is for me to share some of the conference ideas and some of the classes that are in attended that are being offered. So for the general public, there are required trainings that we are required to go through, anti-harassment trainings. And so they offer this training, AB 1234, as part of the conference. And then some of the other workshops that I feel that are related specifically to the city of Escalon. One is titled City Be Nimble, City Be Quick, Tools for Attracting and Retaining Businesses. Another one is e-bikes, what California cities can do now to support our youth, focusing on safety. Another one, financing economic development, housing and infrastructure projects. This is an interesting one. Governing in the fishbowl, how to lead while under 24/7 scrutiny. Strengthening public trust and safety through accreditation, how to create community champions, revitalizing downtowns without losing the old town soul, and a California playbook for funding big ideas. And so just really want to throw it out there and get some feedback from the council to see if, first of all, if anyone is interested, and then what we do to move forward, similar to the previous agenda item that was brought up regarding attendance at the SJ COG One Voice trip earlier this year in Washington, D.C. That's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any thoughts at the dais? Any?
Sure. I support our continuing education, more networking events, and the opportunity for more training. I personally have experienced a great experience with the League of California Cities in the biannual Sacramento trip. It's great to be able to network and see other counselors, see what their cities are dealing with, having those conversations and seeing what they're doing about things that maybe we're not thinking about. But those, and having all those people to be able to have outreach to when we are having issues. So it is nice to see others in our same situations and in opposite situations. It has done me very well being here on council, being able to be in those situations, getting those lessons and being able to hear what other city councilors and what speakers, the legal teams, all of that information that's given to us. I do see there's a couple of keynote speakers at this particular conference. I'd be interested in going. I'm personally interested in hearing from Aaron Brockovich, who is currently doing work with data center issues across the country right now. I'd love to hear what she has to say and hear what other counselors in that forum have to say about what they may be doing in their own jurisdictions. So any opportunity to learn, I think if counselors want to go and it's not too much of a hardship, that we should lend that opportunity.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily against it. I just think that we need to have guardrails as to, what events we're going to, what's the intent of going to these, events, and obviously taxpayer money involved. I think we need to be consciously aware of that.
So I don't disagree with you. League of California Cities is a network of the California cities. They do break us up into small towns, jurisdictions, that kind of thing. And they only have the 2 conferences that I know of. I did some research to see all the conferences that are offered. They have this annual and then that biannual training after every election. In my opinion, that's not too much to ask for continuing education. And a lot of our jobs and whatnot, we have to do continuing education every single year. And I think that it would have been, anyway, that you heard the spiel. But yes, you're right. We can't do every conference that's ever offered us.
I mean, I would
comes up.
necessarily propose, my thoughts, obviously the dais, I'd like to hear from you guys too, but my thoughts would be that we have to put some maximum to it. Puts, whether it's 2 or 3 a year or whether it's 1 a year or whatever it is. And then I think picking out as a group what conferences would be in the best interest of the community, I think would be things that I would be wanting to kind of hone in on. How do you...
Mr. Mayor, I understand that. I think that's going to be the subsequent agenda item that will come back to the council in a future meeting, is trying to figure out exactly what those guardrails are and put those guardrails in place as a matter of policy.
So if I'm just completely straightforward with you? Is your intent to go just educate yourself, or are we trying to network?
Absolutely networking. I mean, I think Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Engel can attest to the importance of networking. So for the community members that are in attendance, the main priority of the League of California Cities is to really not give up local control. And they're an advocacy group that really works with a group with cities. And as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, we are in the San Joaquin region. And so a lot of our local cities, it's an opportunity where we can meet with those cities and network, try to understand the issues that they're dealing with. Learned a lot last time I was in attendance at one of these events. And so there's an education component and there's a networking component. And honestly, I feel like both are valuable opportunities. And thirdly, for a long time, I will say that, not a long time, but the perception is changing at these organizations because some of our surrounding cities are starting to recognize that Escalon deserves a seat at the table, just like some of our bigger cities. And so it's important to make sure that, honestly, that our council is represented, but more importantly, that our residents are represented.
Okay. Well, I would just caution you to be aware of who you're talking to. When you're swimming with sharks, you got to make sure you're being a killer whale, so to speak. You can't, don't allude to things that may potentially put us in harm's way, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. And I'm not going there to speak on behalf. I don't want to go there and speak on behalf of the council as a whole. I'm a representative, but I would never want to speak on behalf of all 5 of you. That's why we have council meetings.
Councilman Kay or Engel, do you have any thoughts on this?
Sure.
Want to go first, sir?
Either one. Here, go for it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not necessarily in opposition to this. I'm definitely more interested in the larger conversation. With the amount of opportunities that are presented to the council each year, I think it's best for us to divide and conquer rather than send the whole dais to an individual event. Maybe it's 1 or 2 here and there to make better use of city funds and make sure that we're well represented at everything that we possibly can be that's relevant to the city. So with that, I know there's some urgency to this one. From my perspective, I'm not in opposition to somebody going. I don't personally have interest in attending this one myself, but if other council members wanted to go, I'm not in opposition.
Councilman Kay?
I only have a minimal experience with the League of Cities, and I personally felt that they didn't exactly align with our values and our goals. The idea of keeping local control did not seem to be what they were interested in. They are lobbyists, let's call them what they are. While we have an education component to it, and I think that's probably a good thing. And I do believe that networking with other cities is also a positive. I'm a little apprehensive about given my singular experience with the California League of Cities. Really to spend $2,200 of tax money to send someone to go associate with them and more or less expose ourselves to them. That's just kind of my take on it. If you can go there and bring something back that's useful to the city, I'm all for it. And I think I'll go ahead and support it, with that being the notion there. And hopefully you can prove me incorrect in my feelings about them.
Okay. Anyone else up here? All right. Anyone in the community have any thoughts on this?
We currently have council members that are on this board are associated with this organization or whatever they are?
You talking about SJCOG,
No, the,
Cal Cities.
Cal Cities?
yeah,
Not that I'm aware of.
we don't have anyone that,
Yes, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, are you on it?
No, well, actually, so I believe that Councilmember Engel is the executive committee representative, and his alternate is Councilmember Kay. And I personally sit on the San Joaquin Executive Committee.
I apologize.
So we have 3 members that are involved in this organization currently.
Okay.
but in reference to this particular conference or this organization, not SJCOG, you are affiliated with this as a council member, that is correct?
Yes, correct. So this is not SJCOG. SJCOG is the Council of Governments that
I'm aware. I'm aware,
Okay.
Councilmember Stroman. I was talking to Councilmember Engel. Thank you
Okay.
for that.
Sorry.
So my question.
If I could clarify
Yes,
that.
please.
So at the last election cycle,
Mhm.
when terms were renewed, I was designated in that spot, but I've received basically 0 communication from them. So I don't know if that communication has gone to another council member. I think I've attended 1 meeting since the last election cycle, but I haven't had any further communications with them other than I think outreach to the entire council for lobbying efforts.
Okay, so that actually is, to me, more important. That's how much they care about us and our city and what we have to say. But if we already have you as a hypothetical representative, do we have a secondary on that? Another council member would be who?
That would be me.
That would be you. Okay. Councilmember Stroman, I am curious to know, are you interested in being a representative in overtaking one of their positions? Because you seem to have a vested interest that, in my opinion, as the public comes across as potentially an ulterior motive. And if that is the case, I would like you to be transparent. And if it's not the case, is there a reason why the city needs to pay for you to go and, attend this conference? Are you eligible as a regular citizen to pay for it yourself?
So I will address your first question. And the question is, no, there is no ulterior motive. Because of the position that I hold as the regional representative on the executive committee, I can't be the city of Escalon representative. They're 2 different positions. And yes, I can certainly pay for it out of pocket. I was just following the procedure that we did previously this year with the SJCOG conference. So this was the exact same process that we went through previously this year.
Last is, as a representative and a secondary, if you want to attend, is that comped by this or as a representative, do we have a clause that the city would comp you for attending if it were mandatory or if you decided to go?
When we
No, as a member agency, we get a discount for the conference, but otherwise, no attendances are comped.
Understood. So my say, not that it matters, is that if we have a representative for this organization that clearly could care less about us, because how long have you been on your term and there, you haven't been involved as a result of them. If the city's going to cover it using our taxpayer dollars, it should cover it for the person who's the representative and or the secondary if they're not interested. And if Sean Stroman or any other council member would like to attend, that should come out of their pocket, not mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any thoughts on this? We got one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. The first thing I saw on that money was just $52,000? Are you out of your minds? For what? Has anybody got any idea on whether they have video conferencing? Any of these programs that are going to be discussed down in LA, Anaheim? Is there anybody that we know that's already going that can do the research into whatever you guys are interested in and bring it back to you without the city incurring any expense? I think you need to look for alternatives in how you attend and how you get that information. Finally, I would point out that in 92 days, there's going to be an election, and 3 of you may not be on the council at that point, depending upon how things go, maybe even here tonight. So who do you want to go on this thing that's maybe you ought to wait until next year and take a look at it over again and not throw away some money this year? Thank you.
All right. Any other,
Do we know what the 52,000 was
When it comes
referring
back to the dais.
any other thoughts from the community? No? All righty then. We'll bring it back to the dais.
I got a quick question.
Yep.
Do we know what the 52,000 is in reference to?
I believe Mr. Danziger meant the $2,000, correct?
Oh, okay.
There's
The
no-
2,000, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Understood.
Councilman Engel?
Just throwing it out there, if there's some opposition to the funding and Councilman Stroman is representing San Joaquin County or our area, I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to solicit them to pay for his potential way, the county rather than the city.
I think we'd be able to. City manager, you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. I think this committee in particular, it's not an active committee. Our representation on it is not an active committee. It's primarily to vote in board members from across the jurisdictions. And so that's why you haven't seen much interaction at a staff
The
level.
vote was the last time I attended.
Yeah, at a staff level and a council level, we do get the lobbyist type information, right? Bills that they're supporting or not supporting, calls for us to either support or not support, right? We do get that level of information quite frequently from Cal Cities. So the representative is a passive kind of role. And, that I think these are offered for all council members. They even offer some for planning commissioners. And so whoever is interested in attending can attend. Now, as a policy-making body, you can look at how many should go, how much we're spending, all of those types of issues. But who sits on as a representative doesn't necessarily play into who goes to the conferences.
Well, personally, I think I'm not necessarily against you going, but I think we do need to, put in guardrails before we're forking out money, as much as I hate telling you that, Sean. Councilman Stroman. I think that we should put this obviously on the agenda to kind of, work through the weeds and figure out what we're okay with spending and not spending, and figuring out how many we can go to. And then in the meantime, as much as I hate saying it, it sounds like you can afford it. So you kind of take your lumps, so to speak. I don't know if you're.
I'd like to ask Councilmember Stroman a question. Can you explain to myself and the public what your position with California League of Cities is? I was unaware that you held any.
Yes, so I am the regional representative for San Joaquin County. So there's the executive board, meaning the president, vice president, past vice president, secretary, treasurer. And then I, along with Mayor Stockton, Christina Fugazi, are the regional representatives for San Joaquin County. And then there's 2 regional representatives for Stanislaus County. And those are Lupita Gutierrez from City of Waterford, and then The other regional representative is Eric Alvarez, who's a council member for the city of Modesto.
And this is a position that you have come to of your own accord outside of this council, correct?
Correct.
I just wanted to clarify that. So essentially, we want to go to a conference that you have been involved in outside of this council and in any committee assignment that you've been on. And we're asking the taxpayers of Escalon specifically to pay for it and not the county of San Joaquin, which you represent in your position with it.
So I don't represent the county. I live within San Joaquin County. And I am perfectly fine paying for this out of pocket. That's all I was doing when I brought the agenda item request before the council, is to follow the same procedure that we followed previously this year. And it sounds to me like, per the mayor, that it's more important to put those guardrails in place and figure out as a whole what conferences the council would like to attend and get those guardrails in place before we start forking out taxpayer dollars. That way it's a written policy.
And I'm going to agree with that on this one.
Fair enough.
Not trying to shoot you down, just looking at reality of it.
You're not shooting me down. I want to make sure that we're doing everything transparent and what's in the best interest of the community. And so that's perfectly fine. And to Mr. Danzinger's comments, certainly we can reach out to attendees and find out, can they bring the information back for us since we can't attend? They do not record these sessions and they're not available online. So that's not an option. But until we get the guardrails in place, it's certainly fine.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you understanding that situation. Any thoughts over here? Okay. Then I guess you need just consensus, or you want a vote? Actual vote, right? No.
Yeah, I think we should probably
Give opportunity for a motion, I think is the way to go about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
just make it clear.
humor a motion?
Is this to place the item on an agenda, or is this to vote to
I think it's a
go to the conference?
combination.
It's a vote on the latter. And if I understood the direction that the council was leaning towards, was a motion that to staff to potentially bring back a policy on conference attendance. So that way the council can follow that policy going forward before it authorizes any council member attendance.
From what I understand, that is coming forward in the future already. Is that correct?
That's staff's recommendation, but we take direction from the council.
So does it make sense, council, to, instead of voting on this particular item, does it make sense to table, obviously, this particular conference would die, but does it make sense to table this item so that we have all of the costs and figures in front of us? Or what's legal's position on that?
You can do anything you want. These are all.
I like that.
These are all just policy options. I mean, my recommendation is since the council member that requested it is fine not going or paying his own way, I don't think we need to make a motion that he can't go.
I mean, I want to go. But I can't be my-
But if it could just be simple direction to staff to come back with a policy at the appropriate time. It could be as simple as that.
Everyone okay with that?
Yep.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right, then
Someone has
let's,
to motion that, or
I
someone
think
has
that
to say
direction's
it out
fine.
loud?
Yeah.
all right, then we'll give consensus to move.
For the record, I'm seeing multiple heads nod to come back with a policy to that effect.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to number 9.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Another agenda item request brought forward to consider a fee waiver for Escalon Lions Club for the use of the community center for fundraising purposes. As we were preparing this staff report, we had the opportunity to ask so we can provide information to the council about how many events were foreseen in this request. And the response we received was 2 events. And so the information that we've compiled, the request is potentially for 2 events. You'll see midway down, if we scroll down a little bit, the current rates for a nonprofit organization in the community, which Lions Club is on the approved list. To rent on a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday is $425 per event. A weekday, a Monday through Thursday, is $225 per event. And then if you were to add the setup cost, it's $150 per event. So across 2 events, you're looking somewhere between $1,000 if you do it on a weekend, with the 2 times 425 plus any setup that you may have. And so that is the item, relatively straightforward. Again, this was brought forward at the last council meeting by 2 council members. And so we were bringing it forward at this.
So because I'm involved directly with this project, I'm just going to recuse myself from the vote. But I did want to make it say something that normally I don't think it would be, it's probably right to do those. But this is a project that's going to directly impact in a positive way the community. So I think that's why this particular ask, I think, is, in my opinion, a fair ask. Outside of that, I'll pull myself back and I guess go in there, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
And just to make that clear, the fundraising is for Hogan Park expansion, for the expansion of the recreation facilities that is currently underway. And so, Mayor, you just mentioned you were directly involved. Escalon Strong is leading the effort on some of that expansion. And so you have...
And the Lions Club is right there with us, playing a big role in trying to bring our community together to bring more space or expansion space to the community center. Just so if you're not aware, it's going to allow us to have more soccer fields, more baseball field, and hopefully decompress the community center a little bit more, as well as other things that are kind of in the works that aren't quite there yet, but looking at like temporary parking and stuff down the road. Other than that, any questions for me at all before I? Yeah, what's up?
Do we have a tentative, should we raise the money with Lions Club, or Lions Club raise the money and donate it for the cause? Do we have a timeline on when that phase 1 may be complete and ready for us to?
This fall.
Oh, this fall.
Yeah,
So this is
it's very quick.
we'll be getting the events, putting the money in, getting the work done, and
Potentially, yeah.
possibly.
It all kind of, yeah. So the monies that are needed to do the infrastructure is already there, ready to roll. And the exception to that would be what the Lions Club is bringing to the table, which has been quite a bit for the community. Other than that, does that answer your question?
Yeah, because,
Yeah, it would be
Yes.
as like literally as soon as possible. Like it's pretty soon. So we're hoping, I think, to have it there, be ready for ideally spring.
Okay.
All right, I'll leave it to Pro Tem. Thanks, Andy. Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, I'm running. We need to move.
You got the conch.
Apple. All right, I guess I need to get this up here. So I guess I will give it to Councilor Engel.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. I know everybody's here for some other pressing items, so I will do my best to make this brief. It is pretty straightforward. But before I get started, I do have to read this statement. Under the FPPC regulations, I have no material financial interest in the outcome of the council's decision, as no decision the council may make would have any statutorily defined financial impact on me as a non-salaried member of the Lions Club. With that, what I proposed at the last meeting and what we're asking council for is to allow the Lions Club to host 2 bingo nights at the community center coming up in October, with all of those funds that are raised being donated directly to the Hogan Park expansion. So Lions Club doesn't have any paid members. Everybody's a volunteer. No money benefits the Lions Club. So all funds that were raised that didn't cover cost of the event would essentially be donated towards that project. And so to help meet that goal, we're asking for the city essentially to waive the fee on the community center for those 2 events, which allows those dollars to essentially be put right back into that project. Outside of that, I know there's several Lions here tonight to speak on behalf of the project, and that's really all I have.
Great. City Manager, do you have anything to add before?
Nothing to add.
Is there any questions or comments from the dais?
My only comment is the Lions Club probably does more for this community as far as volunteering and providing as a nonprofit than any other entity in this town. I can't see any reason why, when they are putting their time and effort in to expand Hogan Park, the community center, that we shouldn't waive the fee and allow them to raise the funds that they need to be able to move forward.
Okay, sounds good. Anything else up here?
I'm good, thank you.
All right, we'll take it out to the audience. Does anyone out there have anything to say about this agenda item?
I'd like to just ask a couple quick questions. Kurt Russell, we know that the Lions do great work and what have you. I just would ask that, is this a 2 and done for this year, or is it going to be ongoing things? Simple as that.
Yeah, the plan is for 2 events, hopefully in October, and that would achieve the amount of funding. And if not, the amount of funds that were raised would be the amount that the Lions would be able to donate towards the project. There is no intention of having additional events, although I think a couple annual bingo nights a year would be a good thing.
Well, then the safeguards would be in effect, so we're not setting a precedence for any other nonprofits that might want to take advantage of that same situation?
I think we're potentially setting a precedent for that. And if the dollars were going directly towards the city and the citizens, I think I would definitely sway that way.
We would definitely take it on a case by case, depending on what those nonprofits were, right?
That's the policy.
Yeah, every one of them would be an agenda item, just like this one.
Okay, thank you very much.
Evening. I just want to voice my, this is great. Because yes, the Lions does so much for us. Thank you all for showing it back there. I know I'm not supposed to turn around. Anyway, the benefit, this is what the community center is for, is community. And, everybody can do bingo. So I bring out the whole community. Let's raise money for our kids, our community center. I think this is a win-win. And I'd like to see it happen more than once, but I think this is marvelous. So,
Sherry, thank you. I do just want to address one thing, though. It would be restricted to 18 and over. Unfortunately, it's just what we've found in our exploration that would be required for us to do.
Okay, well, it still benefits the kids, so I'm still okay, because you're still going to draw a lot of the community.
Yeah.
And, I'm way over 18, so.
You'll be in the bed. Is this like real bingo? Like we could go and play?
Yes, real bingo.
Is it like I'm going to Modesto right now and like paying $25 and I can win like thousands of dollars like that?
Yeah, we've partnered with the Ables that are currently holding bingo at their community center in Linden. So they are very well versed in the game and calling, and that's who would be essentially calling for.
And there's like pull tab things, or is it like traditional like
additional games could potentially be available as we work through the details? Yes.
However, the prize is probably not going to be that big of funds. It's going back to the community.
If I get to make that clear, I'm good. And I wasn't paying attention, but this is if the council will waive the fee for them to do it.
Just for the 2 events, correct?
Okay, I propose that if the council does not, I will pay it as long as I can come play bingo. Okay?
Okay, big statement. All right.
I'm sure they'll accept donations.
Yeah. Buy extra cards.
Yeah, donations at the door. Yeah. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on this behalf or against?
Nice that you volunteered to pay. Since you're a nonprofit organization, do people that participate get to write off their losses?
It's a good question that I don't have the answer to, Kirk, but I can definitely look into that.
Just thought it ran across my mind. I applaud your efforts for this thing, and I fully support it. I don't know that much about this expansion, and I know that Escalon Strong and Hogan are behind it, and I'm all for that. Has there been any concern for parking as you expand that park, since we just had problems with the other parking we're talking about? Is some of this expansion going to include a parking area in that park?
So there is a master plan. I don't know if we have that developed, and there is just one phase of that's being developed. I have sat in on a few meetings, so I have limited information. I think, Hagan and Hogan probably have better information on that, as well as city manager may be able to speak to it. But from what I saw in the initial meetings, it was really just the field space with a lot of intention of easing traffic on our existing surfaces, helping those to recover. And then as our rec program has expanded, allowing the opportunity for more games to be played at one time.
Yeah, and I'm all for that. It's just if you haven't put the infrastructure in to let people park safely across Arthur there without any kind of supervision from police or others, I think you're going to, all good intentions end up, with bad results. So I think before expansion, that needs to be addressed. And other than that, I applaud what you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak today?
Any lions back there? I see a whole bunch of vests.
I need to say anything because it seems like everybody's for it, but I just want to say again that any money raised from these two events would go directly to that project. And I believe our part of that is fencing.
That's correct.
Around the outside of the project. So if you want a secure field and everything, that's the part that we would be supplying the money for. And it would be just for these two events. I was asked by Councilman Stroman Friday if Councilman Engel had full support of the Lions Club. And as you can see, most of my board of directors are here and a bunch of our members are here in full support of this request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who'd like to speak on this agenda item? All right, we'll bring it back to the dais. Counselors, do we have, including Stroman, I apologize that I didn't remember that you're there in the first round. Do we have anything to say up here?
I just have an overall comment, and that is really want to commend Councilmember Engel and the Lions Club for the out-of-the-box thinking and for a project that will truly benefit not only today's kids, but for many generations to come. So one quick question though, Councilmember Engel, do you have any idea what you're forecasting as far as revenue that can be generated from these two bingo games?
The goal is $15,000. As we go through planning and find, or identify total costs and potential attendance, I think that will ultimately dictate what we're able to raise. But I do believe out of the two events, the $15,000 is attainable.
So that will the $15,000 go for material cost, and then the Lions Club and any community members that want to help put in the fence poles and the fence material, or kind of as a volunteer effort similar to what Escalon Strong's doing, or how do you see that?
I see this strictly as a financial vehicle, being able to finance efforts for the fencing. There has been no current discussion about volunteer labor or, actual, hands-on shovels in the dirt. What we're looking to do is strictly raise the funds and hand them over so the project can
Okay. Okay. Nothing further.
Okay, anything else from the dais? All right, I'll entertain a motion. I'll make a motion.
Well, Councilman Engel, I was giving you the chance to make your own motion, but I guess I will. I move to approve the fee waiver for the Escalon Lions Club.
All right, can I get a second?
I'll second.
And just to be clear for the record, it's for up to 2 events, correct?
Up to 2 events, correct.
Up to 2 events.
Lawyer always trying to lawyer me.
Okay,
We need a
to
second.
vote, let's vote, roll call vote.
Mhm.
Mayor Pro Tem Melinda Walker,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeremy Engel,
Aye.
Councilmember Sean Stroman,
Aye.
and Councilmember Jeff Kay, and we are excluding Mayor Hagan.
Aye,
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Excited.
absolutely.
Mayor returning.
Frank is getting him.
Got it.
Went out for a snack.
I know, right? We'll vote on it again.
Not based on that vote.
Let's get through the 2.
2 in October.
This year.
Okay. And I think we have one more thing to address before we get to the big meat and potatoes, so to speak. The emergency, you wanted to do that.
Okay, yes. Yeah, so as was mentioned, we did have some concerns with some safety issues associated with the parking at the recreation facilities because the parking situation have changed substantially in the last couple of weeks. And so after the agenda, we recognize this and would like to take what's called an urgency item. So it's basically an item that is of importance and should be acted on quickly, but was after the posted agenda. And so with that, we will need a 4/5 vote to add it to the agenda. And basically, what we're looking at is some sort of arrangement, probably a temporary license for now, to access a piece of private property, to enter into kind of a swap of properties, city-owned property and a privately owned property, some sort of lease arrangement that is net neutral in cost, but allows both the city and the private entity to park and this new area for the recreation.
Can you flesh out the trade part, the swap part? It's not exactly a swap. It's not a swap.
Sure. So recently, recently a piece of property that has historically been parked on. There's some signs that now discourage parking or, prohibit parking. Under this arrangement, that would be opened back up and the city would use some of our property at the Hogan Park expansion area. And we would lease this private property. The private property owner would lease the city property, again, net neutral in cost. And so both areas would be available for recreation parking for the majority of the year, if not during harvest. And otherwise, that property that the city owns would be available for that business, for harvest, and employee parking during the week.
You want to go ahead and do just like a humor motion? Is that what we're going to have to
Yes.
do, or just do a straight vote?
We'll do a roll call vote, but we should have some sort of motion that says, I'd like to consider this item as an urgency.
Mr. Mayor,
I do have a question about the vote before Councilman Stroman makes a comment. Do we know that he's followed all policy and protocol to be able to vote remotely? Has he posted the required documentation, stated that there's nobody else present? Has he done all of those things?
Yes, we put it on the agenda, his remote location, including room number, and he has posted the agenda on his hotel room door.
Thank you.
Humor a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move to approve or make a motion to add this urgency item to the agenda to be discussed later on in this meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote.
Okay, roll call vote. Mayor Andrew Hagan.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melinda Walker.
Aye.
Councilmember Jeremy Engel.
Nay.
Councilmember Sean Stroman.
Aye.
Councilmember Jeff Kay.
Aye.
So we'll go ahead and address it.
So we did get the supermajority required to add the item at the end of the agenda.
Okay. So basically, city manager has laid it out a little bit, but obviously parking at the community center has been an issue, and we have a problem solved that I think is mutually beneficial for the community as well as our private citizen who has that land.
Yeah, I think
The item will come at the end so we can.
Oh,
we just voted to add to the agenda. It's moved to the end of the agenda.
okay, under public matter, under
Just
administrative
after-
matters or no?
Can we move it up and just finish it?
Just finish it real quick, because the next one's gonna be long, probably.
It's up to the council.
I would rather just bang it out real quick and then
I agree.
do the last one.
We'll see. I think it'll take a bit. I think we should do Murphy Ranch.
Yeah, I'm for Murphy Ranch. Let's get it
Okay.
done.
All right, then let's do Murphy Ranch first. Oh, sorry, Councilman Stroman. You there?
I'm here. That's fine. We can just get Murphy Ranch.
Okay, let's just do that. All right, we'll go back to public hearing, 6 and 7, right? Is that right?
Yes, number 6.
Okay, city manager.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We do have a presentation. I'm sure this project will be familiar to most, but we will walk through the details of the project to get those who may be newly following up to speed and just to lay out the decision before the council. So 1 second here. The item before you is a new residential project located on vacant property that is technically within the county. Yeah, that's good. At the corner, southeast corner of Brennan Road and Yosemite Avenue, or Highway 120. This would be the first step in consideration of the project. If approved tonight, there will be second readings as there are ordinances associated with the item, and we will touch on that. Then there is a subsequent matter. It goes outside of the city. It goes to a countywide board called LAFCO, the Local Agency Formation. That is the body responsible for annexation, so acquiring new land into the city. So if we now go back to the next slide. There are 7 entitlements associated with this project. Entitlements are essentially planning approvals, and we will try to make this quick if we go to slide number 2. So annexation is the legal process by which a city expands its corporate boundaries to include adjacent territory, typically within the county. And so I'll just go through each one of these. Pre-zone is the planning process where a city assigns a zoning. That's what you can do with the land. So since it's in the county, it doesn't have a zoning yet. The council, if approved, would set what the zoning is to be. A planned development is a city requirement. It's a land use, design, and flexibility zoning tool. It basically allows flexibility in the more strict zoning classifications. It also includes a specific plan. Specific plan is a detailed regulatory tool used by governments to guide land use. It includes a tentative subdivision map, which takes the now 2 parcels and divides it into the number of lots, 72 in this case, plus makes room for parks and roadways and other landscaping areas. There's a development agreement associated with it. Again, that is a city requirement associated with any annexation. And there are some details associated with the development agreement. And then another city requirement, we do have an inclusionary housing agreement associated with this project. Our inclusionary housing ordinance requires that any new residential project provides between 10 and 15% of those units to those of low income. I'll state up top and we'll say again, these 8 units are being proposed for those who make between 80 and 120% of the area median income. So not on the low end spectrum of the affordability, but on the highest end. So now we'll go to slide 3.
A quick question for you. Does that touch arena numbers at all?
Yes, if the project is approved, we do have a number of housing units that we must accommodate over an 8-year period. That's provided by the state. It's really regionally state and then through SJCOG. Our number for this current period is 367 units. Any new unit approved and then developed would count towards that number.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. So again, the project is located in the western portion of the city, and it is contiguous on 3 sides by the city limits. If we go to the next slide. So you can see here, the red dotted line is the Escalon city limits. The rectangular piece under the red dot is the proposed project area. And you can see here it is bound on 3 sides by city property. The next item shows the land use designation in the general plan. General plan is the city's long-term land use planning document. The project site, since the document, the general plan was adopted in 2005, has been designated for low density residential. That means this is what the council determined would be an appropriate use at the time of the development of the general plan.
And when was that?
2005. Next slide. So the nearly 18 acres of this project is in 2 parcels. You can see circled number 29, 16.1 acres, and then circled 28 is, I don't know, approximately an acre or so. Those are the 2 parcels which will subsequently be divided, if approved by the council, into the number of lots, roads, parks, and other areas, which we will see next on the next slide. So this is the tentative subdivision map. It shows the lotting. We will know that access is proposed on 2 stub streets right now, Saliva Way and Riesling Way. That is how the subdivision was originally designed when the Farinelli Ranch project moved forward, and that's how it's being carried forward as the recommendation here. Next slide. This slide depicts the landscaping areas. So the Brennan Road landscaping will be extended from the Farinelli project and will be consistent with what is to the south. You will see street trees and other landscaping areas internal to the project. And then in the lower right side, there will be an expansion of the existing Shadowwood Park. The project's park requirement is about 1.1 acres. Again, that will be expanded. So the 1.1 acres in the Murphy Ranch subdivision is added to the top. It will connect to and make larger the existing park there. There are several park amenities associated with this project.
including a half-court basketball court, including an adjustable hoop, as well as it being striped for pickleball. There is a one-stall restroom proposed as part of the project and a covered gazebo area with picnic benches. There's also sidewalk that is being proposed to sort of circumnavigate, the entire park area. So several amenities being proposed as part of the park project and the overall project. If we go to the next slide. Much of the comments, questions, concerns that have been raised as part of this project have to do with circulation and traffic. The first item and the largest item has been the intersection of Brennan and 120, which is in the northwest corner, a little to the right, northwest corner of this project area. In the last year or so, and if we go to the next slide, we'll see April 2025, Caltrans determined that the project met warrants and would be eligible for reactive safety funding, SHOP funding, and they are moving forward with the project. So just reading, approval is granted for the project proposed for the State Highway Operation and Protection Program, SHOP, 201.010 funding to improve the intersection of State Route 120 and Brennan Road in San Joaquin County. Caltrans is currently in the first phase of the construction process. They are undertaking what's called a PID, a project initiation document. They have established a project development team to undertake that effort, and they are currently working to identify alternatives or options for the intersection improvement. And so there is a couple steps after that. And very candidly, we know the Caltrans process on these large projects takes a minimum of 3 to 4 years. If there are other issues associated with that, railroad, difficult right-of-way acquisition, that process could take longer. But they are very much underway. Staff has participated in these PDT meetings. A council member has participated in these PDT meetings. And we do have a representative from Caltrans in the back who would be able to answer any questions that council may have. This is a snippet from the Caltrans website, just pulled today. It shows the project in question and shows that it's in the planning phase using reactive safety dollars. One of the Planning Commission recommendations that was made, so the Planning Commission on these types of items will make a recommendation onto the City Council. The City Council is the policymaking body and the ultimate say here. One of their recommendations on a 3-2 vote was to consider temporary or interim solutions if the project moves forward until such time as Caltrans implements their permanent project. Again, that is a recommendation by the Planning Commission. The City Council can heed that recommendation, modify that recommendation, or in essence, skip or deny that recommendation. In conversations with not only the applicant, but in Caltrans as well and city engineer, we have developed a list of potentially 5 recommendations for interim solutions for council's consideration. The first one being the most extreme, and then sort of dialing it back from there. So if safety was a major concern of the council's and access was less of a concern, we could potentially temporarily fully close Brennan Avenue northbound to not allow residents to make a left or a right turn to ensure the safety of our residents. Walnut, Irwin, California to McHenry, South, Brennan to Olray. could be alternate options to get onto 120. Caltrans has a approved number 2 in concept, but would need to look at the specifics if approved by the council. We could encourage right turns only. Right turns are generally safer turns than left turns because you're not crossing traffic. So you could encourage a right turn only on northbound Brennan to eastbound SR 120 using pylons. One of the recommendations at Planning Commission was a pork chop, what's called a pork chop. It encourages right turns through concrete on the ground, basically. Unfortunately, because of the railroad right-of-way, that would impede on railroad right-of-way and would require UP approval, which would take a significant amount of time and be more than onerous, right? There wouldn't be a nexus to the development team. But with pylons, which we could put and take up less room, we believe there's enough right of way there to encourage right turns. Again, a safer turn. An even less physical way to encourage right turns is to double yellow stripe 120 at that. We all know in traffic safety guidelines, you should not cross double yellow lines. So you'd have 2 sets of double yellow lines to discourage a left turn northbound Brennan onto eastbound or westbound 120. Again, you would discourage that left turn. Number 4 is to enhance the striping to visually narrow 120 as you are approaching in an eastbound fashion as you're approaching the intersection of Brennan and 120. This would call attention, as well as other signage, this would call attention to the fact that there is an intersection here, perhaps a dangerous intersection. And then the least intrusive is just radar speed feedback signs to tell people to slow down. So again, based on recommendation by the Planning Commission and staff's thoughts on some of the community comments, we wanted to bring these for council's considerations as you deliberate on this item. So that is, I think, the bulk of the Brennan 120 issue. The other issue that has been raised in terms of traffic and circulation is the amount of traffic that could be derived on California Street. So currently, if you look at existing ADT is average daily trips, you are somewhere between 600 and 750 average daily trips on California Street. With the project, those numbers would increase. We all know adding more homes would increase the number. With the project, the applicant's traffic engineer estimated that between 955 and a little over 1,100 trips would now use California Avenue. In our municipal code, and it's cited on the bottom, we look to design residential subdivisions to produce speeds that are under 25 miles per hour and produce less than 4,000 average daily trips on collector roads. This is deemed a minor collector road and therefore generally designed to accommodate up to 4,000 average daily trips per our municipal code.
A question for you.
Yep.
Is this specifically just for this area, or is this like a precedent through the whole town as far as 4,000?
Yeah, so there are multiple collector roads throughout. In fact, if we can go to slide.
Yes, what I mean is are those collector roads 4,000 average trips? Are they even different?
All collectors are designed generally to accommodate up to 4,000 average daily trips. I think we can go down for just a sec, or go up. Maybe slide 3 is, is it? Yeah, circulation. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Circulation. Maybe not super clear to see here, but the thicker lines, your Brennans, your 120s, your McHenrys are your arterials. Those are higher volume roadways. They are designed for higher volumes. Your collectors and your minor collectors are your dotted lines. So you're looking at First. I actually don't know which one that is, north-south. That must be Irwin. No, that's, I don't know. Anyway, there's one north-south just west of Irwin.
Riesling.
No,
Is that Riesling?
no. Anyway, there's one just west of Irwin.
Walnut?
That's Irwin.
Walnut.
Irwin.
Okay.
Okay.
And then,
One of them.
and so the lighter, the thinner, your Californias are your minor collectors. And again, the municipal code says up to 4,000 average daily trips. Moving on. Next one. Moving on past circulation and per our municipal code, as was mentioned, actually, if you go to 16 first, maybe. There is proposed, and this is a lot of colors on this map, but there is proposed 8 units, and they are in the green, 8 units that are deemed affordable. Part of our requirements in the municipal code for requiring these is they are not concentrated in one area, so you don't have sort of a lower income section of the neighborhood, so they are dispersed throughout, and they cannot visibly look different than the above moderate homes in the neighborhood. So you can see the distribution there. As I mentioned before, these homes are designated for those who make between 80 and 120% of the area median income. So if we go back up to 15, as of late last year, the area median income for a family of 4, so on the left and then highlighted in the chart is $104,000 and, $104,600 per year. So that is the area median income for a family of 4. So those who make between 80%, generally $80,000 and $120,000 for a family of 4 are the target tenants for these homes that are being proposed as part of this project, as part of our requirements for new residential subdivisions. So if we move on to the next slide. The city does have a sewer moratorium, an annexation moratorium, associated with sewer. And this was brought about in 2008 until such time as the McHenry mainline sewer trunk line could be improved. In 2020, after the first phase had been completed, the council determined that those projects that were submitted before 2008, and there was 2 of them, this project that we are talking about today, which was referred to as the Carr property, now the Murphy property, was approved to move forward for annexation. Again, outside of the annexation moratorium, as well as the Sarin Lutheran Church. So in this resolution adopted by council on February 18th, 2020, the council did call out 2 properties in particular that could move forward with annexation. Again, the property that is before you today, and then the Sarin Lutheran Church, because those were submitted and kind of in the pipeline prior to the vote on the annexation moratorium in 2008. As was outlined in the whereases as part of this resolution. So that is the extent of the staff report. We, of course, are happy to answer any questions that the council might have. We likely will turn it over to the applicant and their team also to provide some information if they want to supplement staff's information and their team, and then to answer any questions that you have. We also have JD Hightower in the audience, who is the executive director of the San Joaquin LAFCO, the Local Area Formation Commission, who can answer any questions if there are any about the LAFCO process. And then I am just looking to see if we have anyone from the school district in attendance. Perhaps not. But we do know that schools came up. Conceptually, the district supports this project in that they support bringing in additional students to the school district. They feel like they have capacity, and I don't want to speak for them, but this has been relayed to us. They feel like they have capacity at their school sites. And I think there was a declining enrollment last year, and so they would, they would like to see more kids in the school district.
Excuse me. Any questions from the dais?
I have several, but I will reserve mine until we get to hear the audience.
Yeah, no problem. Any questions?
I'm on the same page.
Okay.
No one online.
Councilman Stroman, have any
I'll
questions? prior
reserve
to
my
going-
comments till after we hear from the public.
Okay. So just a show of hands, how many people actually want to speak tonight? 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, 20. Okay. So we have 20.
That's 5.
Yeah. Let's put that on the calculator. That's
2 minutes would be, Mayor Hagan, 2 minutes would be 40 minutes per.
Yeah. So 3 minutes would put us basically.
3 minutes would be 60.
Yeah. You guys good with 3 minutes?
As long as we can take a brief recess first.
Yeah, okay. All right, and just because of the sake of the number of people, it'll be about a 3-minute comment per person. Obviously, we want to hear what you have to say and everything. But I also need to make sure we're not here till 1 o'clock, so.
And Mayor, just to be clear to everyone, we will have the chief time the 3 minutes. And just so everyone can speak, we'll stick with the 3 minutes. So you'll hear an alarm at the end, and we'll just nod to the mayor. It's at your discretion to.
Okay. All right, Councilman Kay, you wanted a small
Yeah, can we take a
recess?
brief recess, please?
Okay. Need to go to the bathroom?
Yes. 2 hours, about my limit.
Sorry for the delay.
Trying to focus the time, and we're gonna pass 9 o'clock.
That's just, I think the intent was just for public comment.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would say something.
Right back.
Thank you for coming. Be back by 9 in the morning. Good, how are you? How's your mom? Good. Good.
Great.
Excuse me, everyone. Everyone, we're gonna reconvene. We'll start the meeting back up here.
All right. Hey, I like
Let's-
my favorite.
Let's. Hey guys, it's a 10 right now. We gotta bring it to a 2, so to speak. We gotta start this meeting up, or we'll be here all night. I really appreciate it. So, before we start, just try your best. I know it's an emotional, potentially emotional conversation for some. So just try your best if you can to, keep it civil. All right, here we go.
Perhaps the applicant first.
I'm sorry?
The applicant first.
Oh, yeah.
And just for the record, generally these things, you don't consider the applicant as a public comment, and they're not beholden to the 3 minutes. So that's generally the way it goes.
Okay. Okay, gotcha. Applicant.
Thank you, Mayor and council member, and I know you'll get a lot of testimony this evening. I'll be brief. My name's Dave Romano. It's a great pleasure to be before you this evening. On behalf of Florsheim Homes, we've been working on this project for about 3 years. And while that seems like a long time, as you're aware, the Murphys have been dealing with it for about 18 years now, and it's been in your general plan for about 21 years. So this project is not a surprise at this point in the process. I am joined by Brandy Bling, the president of Florsheim Homes, John Pranitis, their planning and construction manager, Rick Hughes, their property acquisition manager, Travis Brooks with Miller Stars here. He worked on the development agreement. Carrie McNichol is with us tonight. She is from Fair and Piers. They did the traffic analysis. She will have a few comments in this initial presentation, and Tom and Chester Murphy, the landowners, are here. So after the dialogue, this initial presentation, if you have questions, members of our team will do our best to answer those questions. If after the public testimony you have questions from us, we'll be happy to get up the right person to help you answer those questions. We really appreciate the city manager's time, your staff's time in getting us to this point. It's taken us a while to get here. And as you heard in the staff report, this project is consistent with your general plan. It's consistent with your housing element. It's been in your general plan since 2005. Since then, you've done 2 general plan updates, one in 2010, one in 2019. This property's continued to remain low-density residential. It's surrounded by the city on 3 sides, 2 of its long sides and 1 of its short side, and the west side has Brennan Road. So it really is an island and surrounded on all 4 sides. Your RENA requirements under your housing element are that you provide up to 155 above moderate homes. This would account for 66 of those. You're required to provide 66 moderate income homes. This would provide 8 of those. So this project helps you meet those RENA requirements. And the city actually previously planned for the development of this area. Let me see if I can, there we go. By extending both Riesling Way and Salivo Way. Those are stubbed into the property, kind of identifying those roads are going to be connected in the future. Those barricades are constructed, and they connect to California Avenue, which is a collector street. So that's the way you design subdivisions, and you kind of identify how your traffic is ultimately going to circulate. The project is 72 lot low density, single family subdivision. It's consistent with your zoning code. It's pretty straightforward, and it's not been commercially farmed for about 25 years. It's just been waiting. It's been identified for development and been waiting for development. So we've worked with city staff over those last couple of years in trying to design this project in a way that addresses as many of the issues as we possibly can. And really one of the great opportunities when you deal with a home builder like Florsheim, that's a private home building company, is they can be a lot more flexible than a public builder. You'll drive by, a public builder would be a company like D.R. Horton that's built 1 million homes. And they have a way of doing business, and they come into your community and they want to do it the D.R. Horton way, or they want to do it the KB Home way, or they want to do it the Lennar way. But when you work with Florsheim, you're working with someone that's built in valley communities. They live in the valley. They've been in the valley for almost 40 years building homes. So they're able to adapt their projects to be as sensitive as they can to community needs. So we held a community meeting in November.
It's not for the presenter, guys.
We held a community meeting in November of 2024, and then this council and planning commission held a workshop in March of 2025. We took that input and we were able to adapt into the project just a few features we think are important. Shadowwood Park will be expanded and improved. It will be an at-grade area, so you will have some amenities in that park. All new park areas will be placed in a new CFD or a new landscape lighting district so that existing residents won't have to bear the burden of maintaining that new park area. So the new residents of this subdivision will take care of that. The homes along the project's south and east sides are all proposed to be one-story homes. So that was something we heard from the community, that they would like to have one-story homes next to existing one-story homes and not two-story homes. So we were able to adapt that into the project. And the wall along the railroad tracks on the north side has been set back a couple feet so that we are able to put vining on the outside of that wall. So all of those came from those community meetings. We did our best to accommodate those. And from that point forward, really most of the issues were related to traffic, the intersection of Brennan and Highway 120 and existing or more traffic on California Avenue. So I'm going to turn it over to Carrie McNichol from Fair and Piers for just a couple of minutes. She has 3 or 4 PowerPoint slides that she can kind of walk you through their analysis with respect to those. Then I'll have a closing comment, and then that will be it from our team. But I really appreciate your time and your interest. So
thank you. We'll go to the next presenter here on this information for the community.
Good evening, Council, and everyone in the room. Thank you for your patience this evening. My name is Carrie McNichol. I'm a senior associate with Fair and Piers, transportation planning and engineering firm, who has done the analysis related to this. So I have a couple of the graphics related to the information contained in the traffic study related for the report that we've pulled out onto the screen here that I just wanted to talk through briefly to kind of help get everyone the same level of background information before we move forward. So the first we show is the outbound project trip distribution. So this is where the trips from the subdivision are anticipated to go, how they're dispersing through the community in both the morning, which is the first number shown, and then the evening, which is the second number shown. So those numbers are showing the peak hour. So typically when we're talking about traffic analysis, those trips are going to be spread throughout the day. We know that. We also know we tend to go places at certain times a day, right? We need to get to school. We need to get to work. We need to get the places we need to go. So this graphic shows the peak hour outbound project trip distribution. And it's for anyone like me who can't quite read those tiny numbers on the screen. We're looking at about 18 trips outbound on Brennan in the morning, and about 7 coming in on the evening, and 7 in the evening that are outbound. And that again is the peak hour, that kind of like 7:15 to 8:15 time window. The next slide, which I think I can do without breaking things, there we go, is the inbound. So projects coming into the trip. So just like we leave in the morning, we tend to come home in the evening. The green arrows indicate the paths of travel and the respective number of trips that are expected to come into the community during that PM peak hour. So during during the AM and PM. So in the PM peak hour, we're looking at about 19 on Brennan that are coming in, and that's kind of new project trips from the project. The next slide starts to get into the queuing. And so on the left side, and we might need to zoom back out just a little bit if we can. Yeah, so the left side shows the existing vehicle queuing situation at Brennan. Again, looking at kind of that peak hour, we're looking at about 2 vehicles that are in the southbound direction. Currently, again, this is, I believe this slide is the morning slide, and about 7 vehicles in the northbound direction, which we know is kind of the primary leg that has issues. The existing plus project condition, there we go, yeah, is the orange. And so that's, again, an increase to 9 in the AM in the northbound direction, and about 3 in the south, and 2 remains at 2 in the southbound direction. So that's in the morning plus the project. The next slide will be the PM. Let's see if I can advance that. Yeah, so the PM, again, looking at the project generated trips on the right side, again, that pretty much remains at 4 in that queue length on Brennan when we're looking at existing traffic plus project, and then an additional vehicle in the southbound direction, again, in the evening hours. The next slide is where I hope that I don't break the technology here. So this is a video of the traffic simulation and what that looks like at that interchange, kind of moving from before the peak hour period and into the after period. So I might need you to click on the slide to get that to play. And we'll just let that run through. Hopefully.
Oh my goodness.
Bottom left, I think. Yeah.
The
It won't go.
mouse
Sorry.
is being finicky for some
Okay.
reason.
Wonder if there's There we go.
We start to see as the timeline moves through, the vehicle queuing backing up on that northbound direction on Brennan. Again, as people are kind of waiting for gaps on 120 between cars to be able to make particularly that westbound left movement. And then eventually, as the time goes on, it clears. So that's sort of what that looks like running through that video snippet of how that backup would actually kind of look and map around the intersection. In terms of what that delay looks like, there was an intersection operations analysis that was conducted, which I believe was provided to you, the relevant project documents. So what that equates to is generally with the addition of the project throughout, it's about 26 seconds additional in the AM would be kind of the peak delay period, which is sort of the worst of it. And that's less than the amount of the last sentence has taken me to say, just to kind of put that in perspective in terms of how that maps into real world. So we know that at times that queue and that wait can be longer, but the expected increase from the project to that, particularly in the morning where that biggest rush of things is for people heading out about their day, is estimated to be about 26 seconds. In the evening PM period, it would be about an additional 11 seconds. I'm happy to address any initial questions you may have from the dais at this time, but I know we're all eager to hear from the public. So we'll await your direction.
Any questions from the dais?
I do have one. Can you go back to slide 1? Maybe. These numbers here, is that additional cars that you're anticipating in a 24-hour period, or is that over 15 minutes?
This is the, I believe this is the peak hour distribution.
So that's over a 60-minute stretch.
This is the, that peak hour distribution.
Okay, so over an hour, you're anticipating 15 additional cars beyond what we currently have.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. So
Yeah.
we're just talking
I'll
about.
double check my numbers and make sure I'm
I just
correct
want to be
while we
sure
get comments.
because I heard some grumblings in the audience that I mean, looking at those, that doesn't quite clarify. So if we're talking about 15 additional cars in a day or, in an hour, I guess that kind of makes a lot more sense than anticipated for an entire day.
Correct.
So that was just kind of the clarification that I was looking for. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any other thoughts? Councilman Stroman, have anything?
Again, I'll hold my comments till after we hear public comment.
Okay.
No other hands.
All right, we'll go to the next presenter here.
Yep, so thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Just to close, so this comes to you with the recommendation for approval from the Planning Commission. This project really has elevated the Brennan intersection to Caltrans's view, has forced them to deal with it. We're excited to have been part of that, right? We've known that there's an issue here, and as this project has proceeded, Caltrans has really got focused on it, and now they're focused on improving it, and so we appreciate that. I like one of the quotes earlier that said that cities that help themselves keep local control. And the way to keep Caltrans's feet to the fire here is you approve this project, Caltrans knows this is coming, and then keep the pressure on Caltrans. Let's see if we can get this intersection fixed. But this project moving forward is helping to solve that problem. So we appreciate your time. After the public comments, if you have any questions of us, we'll be happy to answer those, Mayor.
Thank you. Any last questions before I go to public comment? Any last questions before? No? Councilman Stroman?
Nope.
Still?
No, wait.
Okay. All right, we'll open it up to public comment.
Just to be clear, you're opening the public hearing?
Yeah, for opening public hearing. One at a time, just try to be courteous of your neighbor as far as trying to get up here.
And I'll just remind the public, the public comment, right, allows you to address the council as the legislative body. Those are your elected representatives, not members of the staff or members of the public. So please just direct your comments to the city council. Thank you.
Okay, go for it.
Good evening, Curtis Russell, 1419 Alberta Lane. Several of you know me. Anyhow, not to take anything away from Flourisham and what they're trying to do. We see that from some of the earlier, what was on the agenda earlier. You guys know how to pump the brakes when it's time. You have no problem pumping the brakes, pulling back on. So I'm looking at it strictly from the safety aspect of this, not the potential growth of the city, what we can do, generate some more tax revenue and what have you. But if we go back to, we were talking about since 2005 to 2028, that we talked about annexing for the sewer and this, that, and the other. We knew ultimately at some point, because we had built those extra roads in, Riesling, whatever those little two streets, that if this was ultimately going to happen. So we've had 21 years that we could have had Caltrans working on the potential for this and going to the future. Now, I was at the Planning Commission meetings as well. I'm going to make this brief. And two of the ladies that were on the Planning Commission said that even though my backyard's right up against Brennan, that we could circle out of the neighborhood, go all the way down to First Street, go down to McHenry, turn left, go down to 120, make a left, and then that's how we can get out of this, out of the neighborhood in a safe manner. It was also pointed out that we have a lot of traffic coming in now off of McHenry down Olray and around, big truck traffic and what have you, and with the potential that if they ever get the city walk, whatever that they're doing over there on the other side of the bridge, Stanislaus County, we know this big subdivision's going in Oakdale. The traffic that's going to be coming from 120 across, regardless of how you look at it, ultimately there's going to have to be intersection work done there. The ham bone's a great idea, turning right's all great idea, but it definitely needs intersection with traffic lights and what have you. So my point is, we can pump the brakes on this. The Flourisham will still want to put these houses in once Caltrans gets that intersection done. Now, again, from the standpoint of safety, we talked about safety. We know there's a perimeter of how many accidents, how many near deaths. My son was tragically killed in January of 24, not a third of a mile west of that intersection on the north-hand side, right before Beeler. So it's something that needs to really be taken serious. We talked about putting stop signs on First Street, on Main Street. We talked in the future from city council member about putting a signal just across Arthur to get to the park in the past. So we take something serious. We're taking serious about the parking over at the park for the old people and what have you. So when we talk about safety, let's be transparent on how important the safety aspect of that intersection being done. I'll turn it over to the other people that want to talk about the other on the smaller roads in and out and what that looks like for them as well. But thank you for your time.
Right. Perfect timing, 3 minutes. Good work. Well, I'm going to reset it. Okay. Would you like to state your name? You don't have to. But.
Sure. I'm Danette Shostak. I have lived here since 2011. My husband and I are both high school teachers in Modesto. We moved here because we like the peaceful nature of the town. Our home backs directly up to the development, and we are respectfully asking that you guys oppose it. My family will bear direct impacts of it with noise, safety, traffic. The Brennan issue is a great concern. It's a scary intersection. I'm sitting next to a family over here that lost their family member at that intersection. I'm surrounded by neighbors here who share my concerns. We are a tight-knit neighborhood. We walk our dogs. We all know each other, and just really want you guys to oppose this community and the traffic and safety concerns it will create.
All right.
Thank you. First want to, as we weren't able to acknowledge people that are actually affected by this, I do want to stand with my family to acknowledge the tragedy that this road has done. If regardless of their decision on this vote, those things mattered, and regardless, we are here to tell you exactly what happened. You have multiple family members of dead people on your intersection. While you show us these PowerPoints, while you show us what you've done, what tangible thing that you have right now, you have a project team from Caltrans, and you have nothing else. You have proposals of what you're going to talk about, which ways we're going to, signs that are going in and out, in and out, in and out. Those are not tangible things that are taking safety, making safety a priority. I can care less about the gentleman over here and what he's done. I'm sure they're really great. Sure, their graphics can be all great, and you can use your mitigation strategies, you can use your crisis negotiations, you can use all those tactics. But the bottom line of this is that you are prioritizing profit over safety, and that's just the bottom line of it. All the other jargon, all the other stuff that we're talking about.
I'm gonna ask the audience just to hold off on applause, just so everyone get through their public comment.
I know we're trying to actually get our time after 2 hours of listening to you acknowledge very things that nobody else really cared about in this audience.
I'm sorry, sir. It's
How much time do I
called a
have?
council meeting, so we have to go through these agenda items.
I agree.
Okay? I don't see you in here very
Zero
often, and you're
I apologize.
insulting us. It's not really cool. Okay?
Yes, it's not really cool. None of it's really cool. And so my bottom line is, if you are sitting here to vote on these without those aspects and as first primary consideration, then I question the motives of this initiative completely. Then why, if that is not the first thing that comes to your mind when you vote on this today, if that's not the first thing that comes to your brain, is the priority and the people, the eyes of the families of people that have lost people, the eyes that have been permanently injured, if that's not the first thing that comes to your mind when you vote on this today, then that is in your moral conscience, and I hope that you can sleep with yourselves at night, because we have to sit with tragedy trying to find a way to sleep.
May I ask one question, Mr. Mayor? Sir?
I'm gonna again ask the audience just to please withhold your applause so we can get through the public comment. If you want to speak, you can speak, but please exercise your right behind the lectern.
If he wants to come back, I'd love to ask him a question.
Councilmember Engel would like to ask the gentleman who just stepped up a question, if he would like to respond. If not, we'll move.
I think he left.
Oh, he left.
I think
Okay.
people are trying to get him.
All right, we'll move on to the next person.
Hi, my name is Annarika Russell. I live on Alberto, which backs up to Brennan. And I've come and gone to work, trying to get on to 120. And it's, when I see that slide about, 7 cars and then add 2, I think it's ridiculous. 72 homes are going to have 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 cars per home. It's going to be a mess. Our son was killed 2 years ago, raining, coming home from work. He was minutes from home and he was killed. It's dangerous. It is so dangerous. If you live where we live, you would see this is nuts. And I greatly pray that you oppose this. Thank you.
He's back, Andy, if I could ask him a quick question.
Councilman Engel had a question for you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for returning in, and I appreciate the passion in your presentation and your speech. I know a lot of these comments are going to be about safety, and it sounds like if the council is doing its job, we should shut down Brennan like right now.
Absolutely.
Would you agree with that?
We should shut down Brennan right now? Have a whole group of people who would agree with that in general, those are the kinds of things that should have been discussed and alternate approvals instead of pushing our 20-year plans and going through these types of things. Those are types of options that should have been discussed previously. Is this the first anybody else is hearing of that option? Why is it now?
Yeah, it was recommended through Planning Commission, so it wasn't the first time. I just wanted to see if that was, potentially an option. I know we're going to hear a lot about that tonight, so if shutting down Brennan is an option.
Okay, I don't want to speak on behalf of everybody, but is there anybody that would object?
Sir, please direct your comments to this is not
just to him. All right.
I appreciate your
Thanks.
comments, sir. I think I know where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Hi, Kevin Sanchez, address 18986 Brennan Road. Obviously, a lot of people might be kind of for this and against this. There's obviously safety concerns. There's crash history here. There's been a lot of fatalities here. And so you have that on one side. And I recognize on the other side, you have RHNA and the state is targeting Escalon along with other communities in terms of not complying with housing growth. So even though I have my own personal feelings about this, I'm trying to find a middle ground here. So one of the things that I have talked to people about, and I'm not hearing a lot about this, is the middle ground could be approving this contingent that Caltrans takes care of the intersection first. So safety happens.
And again, please ask the audience to withhold your comment. If you want to speak, you can speak behind the lectern. But you're interrupting the speaker's time every time. Please reserve the time when, thank you.
So if you make it contingent upon Caltrans addressing this issue, then you're not going to run into a similar problem that other towns have potentially run into where they just flat out deny this kind of stuff. And I appreciate one of the speakers saying, you know, if you approve this, you'll kind of hold Caltrans' feet to the fire on this. Well, you can hold their feet to the fire a little bit more if you say, approve contingent that we get something in here, whether some people have talked about roundabouts, some people have talked about putting in a four-way stop, lights, whatever it happens to be. But talking about like the play-ons and stuff like that and forcing people to turn right, this is a major intersection where people go to Manteca, people go to Van Allen School. You're just going to push people down to Irwin and Walnut. And I don't know if that's been looked at, but you're going to have a lot more traffic there as well. This is also an intersection as you're traveling into town, the speed limit goes down. So this is a decent place for a signal to help with that problem because people don't always pay attention to the decreasing speed limit heading into town. Basically, if Escalon's going to approve this development, the city should you should consider a real contingency binding traffic safety conditions and protecting the residents. Like I said, traffic signal, whatever it happens to be. So my message to city council to consider is quite simply, don't approve this growth without some sort of contingency plan that says that safety is taken care of. And yes, it's fine. We'll approve this because of pressure from the state, but contingent on safety is taken care of first. Thank you.
Next.
I'm Jim Clare, 1310 Kearns Street, Escalon. The talk of the traffic is really sobering, and no, I understand. The other thing, I think this is a sensible project. It's well thought out. I'm one of the people that is donating time and money to the Hogan Field, to the Escalon High School football field. I coached the volleyball program there for 18 years. We've got a problem taking care of children. And as far as sports, activities, where they're going to play, over the school trading city time, city property, and back and forth and not having room for anybody. So I think this is a sensible project. I think the traffic thing is a real issue because I have to drive every day from Escalon to Stockton to my work, and I see it. But I'm also scared to death that the state's going to get involved with us and tell us what to do. And then we've got a real problem. And then we have no control. So we have to take leadership, in my opinion. We have to look at the whole, the project. We have to look at the problems. We have to look at the potential problems if the state of California starts telling us what to do. And then we're screwed because they can't do it. So that's my position. I know these people, I know their intentions, and I also know that there's been people hurt on that highway, but we really have to look at the future. We have to think about children. We have to think about what we're supposed to do and follow the law. Thank you.
Next.
Good evening. My name is Lindsay Youngberg. I am the person who started the petition. I'm here tonight as a concerned resident of Escalon, someone who cares deeply about the safety and future of our community. I oppose this development due to serious traffic safety concerns. The corner of Brennan and 120 is already decorated with memorial crosses representing those who have died at this intersection. This development will significantly increase traffic in the area, leading to further congestion and more opportunities for accidents. City Council already approved Weldway Steel on the opposite corner of Brennan and 120. Weldway presents a huge traffic variable that nobody is talking about for this intersection that we cannot yet measure because they're not fully up and running. But when they are, we're going to have large trucks hauling steel in and out of that intersection every day. All of the data in the developer's fancy traffic analysis that she just showed you was taken prior to Weldway, obviously, because they're just now getting up and running. If the baseline data on a traffic study is outdated or inaccurate, how can we accept it, knowing full and well it does not represent an accurate picture of what's to come? The interim safety measures that are being discussed are not realistic. I'm sorry, closing the road is not realistic because it's going to funnel everything over to Walnut and it's going to create its own mess over there. As much as I want to say close the damn road, we can't, especially if we're going to add this development. We can't just close the road while we wait for 10 years for Caltrans to do what they need to do. Caltrans may have agreed to fund a future project at this intersection, but you have to acknowledge the fact that at this point in time, we have no guarantees what we're going to get or when. The reality is there is real possibility that a stoplight may never happen due to the railroad's required involvement. The Caltrans rep at the Planning Commission meeting could not emphasize enough how difficult it is to work with the railroad. He said, and I quote, "Everything depends on the railroad, which I see as a major risk for this project," end quote. That's a word-for-word statement from Caltrans showing that this is at risk and it may not even happen. So we are clearly at mercy of the railroad, and you need to acknowledge that in your decision tonight, that we don't have guarantees. At this point in time, they have not approved anything. So until we have a specific plan in place from Caltrans that has been fully approved by the railroad, it would be reckless to move forward with this development at this time. For years, the city of Escalon has maintained that their hands are tied in regards to Brennan and 120. It's not our fault, it's a Caltrans issue. But what happens when the city of Escalon chooses to knowingly make this intersection worse? When the next person dies at this intersection, their family will be asking why the conditions were allowed to get so out of hand. They will trace it back to this very decision, and they will demand accountability from the city of Escalon because they'll see that we accepted an inaccurate traffic study and chose to add not one, but two huge developments to either side of this deadly intersection.
Excuse me, are you almost?
Almost.
Okay.
Okay. Most of us are not against developing this land as soon as it's safe to do so. Please do the right thing and prioritize safety over development, not just for our residents, but for everybody who passes through our town. And on that note, I would like to address a comment made by one of our planning commissioners. She said, "I know that Brennan and 120 is not a great intersection, but everyone knows that Brennan and 120 is not a great intersection. So there's those who choose to use the intersection at their own risk. They know this." My response to that is Zach Bokia did not choose this risk when he died at Brennan and 120. He wasn't from here. And he didn't know the risks like you or I. He was just doing his job by taking the most direct route out of our neighborhood, and it cost him his life.
Okay. I gotta shut you off now, sorry. But I don't want to.
I wrote this for 5 minutes, so.
Okay, sorry. If you want share the rest of it with us, you're more than happy to.
I'll
like in
email it
writing.
to you.
Okay, cool.
But thank you for your time.
No problem. Next person.
Good evening, Mayor Hagan and council members. My name is Karen DeMichaels. I live at 360 First Street here in Escalon. I've been a resident of the Farinelli Ranch since 2015. My family's been in the Escalon area since the 1890s. I'm writing in support of the Murphy Ranch, including its full entitlement package. This project, to me, represents a thoughtful, comprehensive, and well-structured approach to growth within Escalon. The entitlement package before you reflects significant coordination between city staff, consultants, and the applicant, and it demonstrates a clear alignment with Escalon's long-term planning objectives. The proposed annexation and pre-zoning integrate the Murphy Ranch area into the city's planned growth boundary, ensuring that development occurs in a manner consistent with Escalon's adopted land use policies and community vision. The specific plan and planned development standard provides a predictable, high-quality framework for future build-out. The inclusionary housing agreement ensures that the project contributes meaningfully to Escalon's housing needs, including affordability requirements. This is a responsible and balanced approach to meeting regional housing obligations while maintaining Escalon's character. The development agreement outlines commitments for infrastructure, public improvements, and long-term maintenance responsibilities. And these provisions help ensure that growth is fiscally sustainable and that new development contributes its fair share to community services. The CEQA initial study and mitigated negative declaration identifies potential impacts and provides enforceable mitigation measures throughout the MMRP. And this demonstrates that the environmental concerns have been appropriately analyzed and addressed in compliance with state law. And finally, most important to me, Murphy Ranch offers an opportunity to expand Escalon's housing supply, support the local economic activity, and strengthen the city's future tax base. The project structure, particularly the specific plan and planned development, supports orderly, well-designed growth that benefits both current and future residents. And so for these reasons, I respectfully urge the City Council to introduce the ordinances by title, waive first readings, review the associated resolutions, and approve the full developmental package as presented tonight. Thank you for your consideration and your continued leadership on Escalon's growth and development. Thank you.
Next person.
Hi, my name is Jeff Riley. I live on First and Sanchez. A lot of what that woman just said, you're right, we need more growth. I'm a retired fire captain from San Jose Fire. Spent my life on the east side of San Jose, going on a lot of fatality accidents. I don't take Brennan. I never take Brennan. I've watched a police officer killed there. We've already got that intersection overtaxed. All the mitigation that you talked about with striping and cones, human nature is going to violate that. There will be more fatalities as this construction project gets built. Closing Brennan's not going to help. Had a couple animals killed on First Street where I live already. People don't always respect the speed limit. Closing Brennan's is just going to make it a whole lot worse on First Street in California. So this is going to happen. This gentleman's right. We spent 25 years planning this out. It's going to happen. The intersection needs to be first, period. And unless we do that, there's going to be more fatalities. The final thing I had to say is, just from the fire, police, EMS side, as we're building these new neighborhoods, especially going into low-cost housing, we've got one engine company. And I think that's something that we're going to have to think about as this planning starts to happen, where that engine, police, EMS goes on that, overtaxing our system that's already small, and especially when this low-cost stuff comes in. I worked on the east side, where our EMS fire was way more taxed than the west side, which was more affluent. And it's going to happen here. And I just think that that's something we need to plan for when we're expanding Escalon. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Council members, my name is Claire Moore. I've flown from England today to express my views to council members. I'm standing here before you today to speak of my nephew, Zach Botcher. He cannot speak for himself because his voice was silenced. He was 33 years old. I have no children of my own. Zach was the closest thing to a son I would ever have. He was in the prime of his life, newly married for just 6 months, and working tirelessly to build a future for his wife and his unborn baby. Zach was hardworking, full of joy, and a talented hip-hop artist. He was our world. Our family has been completely devastated by a sudden, violent loss. He died on the very road we are discussing today. He was driving in the evening, working a part-time delivery job to earn extra cash for his family, for his growing family, when he visited the poorly marked road signs and lack of traffic lights. It was only after his death that we discovered the dark truth about this country road, and it has a long documented history of traffic accidents, injuries, and fatalities, which you've heard. The junctions are blind, the signage is practically invisible in the dark. There are no traffic lights to control the flow of vehicles. Local residents know this road is a death trap. They actively take longer detours just to avoid it. Residents and visitors in the areas have signed petitions for years begging for authorities to address this hazard, yet their pleas have been met with total inaction. A minor investment of a few $1,000s in the traffic lights and proper signage would have saved my nephew's life, and he'd be here today, and many others' lives, and all the heartache that goes with that. It would have saved dozens of other families the lifelong torment we are experiencing right now. Yet despite the blood on this tarmac, this council is considering approving plans to build hundreds of new houses and businesses close to this exact stretch of road. Let me be entirely clear. Adding hundreds of new residents, their visitors, commercial delivery vehicles to an already lethal, underfunded road without fixing it first is entirely inhumane. If you approve this development without drastically upgrading the infrastructure, you are actively choosing to increase the rate of traffic deaths and injuries. You will be complicit in the next set of tragedies. I ask each of you to look at your children, your spouses, and your loved ones. Imagine receiving the call we did. Imagine the empty seat of your dinner table and the many, many family occasions that my nephew will never be at. You hold decision-making power. You have the authority to halt this development until the road is made safe. I implore you to act now. Do not start building this development until the Caltrans and relevant body has paid for and improved the road safety and signs and lights. And do not wait many years of bureaucratic delay, as delays will mean more deaths, more injuries, and more families and friends, anxiety, depression, massive loss of loved ones. Fix this road before you lay a single brick for the new houses or the new series. There will be a next series of deaths, and dreadful road traffic accidents will be on your conscience.
Hey,
Thank you for listening and ensuring human life safety is more important than dollars.
Thank you for your input. Next person.
Sorry. Excuse me.
Oh, I got it. Okay, sorry, go for it.
My name is Kim Barcher. My son, Zach, died in 2024 on the intersection that we're addressing. My life was shattered. It's never going to be the same. It rocked the world of all my family. The grief of Zach's death has changed our lives in so many ways. Unless you had a child die, I can't explain to you how it feels, but if you could imagine your worst nightmare, it's 1,000 times worse because you have to wake up with it every day and relive it. When we first heard where this accident had taken place and we went over there to see it, we couldn't believe that people had petitioned for years to get this changed. I met Justin Kepler's family, and their son was killed there 10 years ago, and they came to a meeting just like this 10 years ago, and nothing has changed. If this development takes place before a roundabout or lights are installed, you are potentially opening up many potential accidents and fatalities. I find it kind of ludicrous that I'm standing here appealing to upstanding moral council members to make a decision that really is just common sense and the right and a humane decision. There's not many times that a person has an opportunity in their lifetime to make a real difference, to stop anguish, pain, or the death of another person, and you have that opportunity. If you go ahead with the development without a permanent fix to this intersection, every single incident that occurs after this vote can be linked back to your decision. I ask you to dig deep into your conscience, and vote to show that the safety and the lives of people matter more to you than financial gain for the city.
Excuse me. Thank you for your input. Next person.
Elizabeth DeMichaels. My family's farmed here since the 1890s. 120 is a death trap. I think we all know that if we live here. Whether you're looking at Murphy Road, whether you're looking at, look at the ag commissioner. They moved their office because of that. But I'm here today to speak in favor of the Murphy development. It's a well thought out development that thoughtfully addresses the needs for city growth and includes a trusted builder who has roots in the Central Valley and strives to understand the community needs and be a good community partner. I respect the emotion from so many losses on 120. I say I've lived here. I know those losses. It's a tragedy that Caltrans needs to address. Shame on them for not doing it sooner. But you know what? They finally are. Caltrans never works fast. Nothing in our state works fast. No one likes growth in a community, but smart growth makes sense. This development won't happen tomorrow. It will still take time while Caltrans is working too. The state has said we have to grow. Let's do that sensibly. I urge you to do what's right for the city based on the state requirements and vote yes. Thank you for your time.
How you doing? My name's Scott. I live on Farinelli. I'm sure that everyone here is for this development if it's done right, and that includes getting the safety done first. I too have lost a son-in-law in that area, which is very tragic. Some of the questions I have is the LLD, especially on Brennan. Is that going to be charged to the LLD that is ruled in my area? And also the park, are we going to be paying for that, or are they paying for that? What's going on there? And why isn't there a proposal of getting a road going down Irwin onto 120 to relieve all this area? It's sad to see all those people traveling on California. That California is going to be devastated. You're going to ruin the neighborhood. There's no reason for this. You guys can plan it out. You guys been planning it since 2005, waiting for Caltrans to come across and say, hey, yeah, okay, we can do this. Will relieve a lot of the pressure, especially since you can now add a exit onto Brennan from their new area, whether it's Irwin or onto Brennan. But yeah, you need to get the Caltrans set up first and the safety set up first, and then, hey, bring them on. It'd be good to have the people. And it's good for the city. And I'm sure these guys would like to have it done real quick here. So, okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you for your input. Next person.
My name is Shelley Kepler. I'm Justin Kepler's little sister. August 20th will mark 10 years since he was killed there. I don't have a lot to say because I don't really have much nice things to say right now, but I just want to point out that I just want to grieve in peace. So does my family. And every time another person is killed there, you drag my trauma out. You drag every one of those family members' traumas out. Just deal with the intersection. Do something about it. It's not that hard.
Thank you for Thank you for your input. Next person.
Hi, I'm here as a new resident of Escalon and live in the Farinelli Parkway area. And I was listening to all sides. I have no opposition that Florsheim will build a beautiful community in that park, in that area. But I received as a resident an application for a referral by Bay Area Transportation from the county to put trucks and trailers right across the street. So that safety has to be there. There has to be infrastructure that's not there. Caltrans has to do their part so we can have safety for our community. There are buses that go out, there's families. The simulation doesn't show the parent with whose kids forget their soccer cleats and they have to run back 10 times before going to a game. It doesn't show the people who are going late to work or just needing to go to work, forgetting something and going back. That simulation isn't realistic to what happens in the community and what happens on Brennan. So for those reasons, and for our first responders who have to respond to the area and to all of the calls and all of the traffic and all of the sadness that does happen on 120, we really need to have a voice in the safety for this community.
Thank you for your input. Next person.
Hello. My name is Gloria Yorston, and I live on Fairnelly Parkway. I can't tell you how many times I've heard tires squeal. That's where I know it was another car hitting someone. We heard, and my son saw the accident where the police officer was killed. This intersection is the worst street that was ever done onto 120 is insane. I don't know where these statistics came from or the little cars running up there, because it's nothing like the real thing. I can guarantee you that, because I was taking my great-grandchildren to school at Van Allen and down the street to El Portal and the high school. But going to Van Allen is insane. And it's not just going, you're coming back, you're going again, and you're coming back. So this thing about there's only so much traffic and so many times is ridiculous. It's nothing like that. And I have literally gone now down to First Street to get to the light, to get out of 120, to go to the schools to be safe. That is how bad this street is. And we have lived here since 2004. And that street has never changed. It has, if anything, just gotten worse. Traffic, and the peak traffic in the afternoon and in the morning is bumper to bumper. Let's get real. You can come into Escalon and it's moving a couple of miles an hour. We all know that. They don't know that because, hey, and I'm not knocking expansion, growth. I understand that. But until that intersection is taken care of, I don't think we should even consider this. Intersection has to be done. Caltrans, wait. That's all we've been doing is waiting. And nothing has happened. We come here, we complain, and we leave. But we never get anything done. And if these houses are going to go in, you absolutely need to have traffic light, anything like that, in order to have a safe intersection. Thank you.
Thank you for your input, Gloria. Next.
Marty Van Houten, 481st Street. I want to correct something that not just the previous lady, but the one just before said. That truck parking area is 800 feet west of Brennan on the north side of Highway 120. However, that does lead to an important question. It's a question really for Caltrans and for the county is, have they considered how that will affect the Brennan 120 intersection? And what I see is it looks to me that the Fair and Piers traffic study is totally outdated, and another traffic study needs to be done. I'm not for or against the project itself, but I think perhaps we need to pause a little bit and do a newer traffic study. And I know Fair and Piers is a reputable company, but I think they're just trying to save a few nickels using some old information. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Next person.
Hi. I'm sure glad I'm not sitting where you are. You are in between a rock and a hard place, because on the one hand, if we don't do something, we're going to pay for it in a different way. And if the state comes in and does it, they're not going to give a rip about any traffic. They're not going to give a rip about an intersection. They're just going to do it regardless, and we're not going to have any say at all. I like what Mr. Sanchez said about contingency. Is there any way that we can think outside of the box and that we can put a contingency on it? Because if we don't approve and start approving some growth measures, we as a city are going to pay for it by having people and projects that we have no say over and we don't like, and that's going to be equally as bad. But losing any more people. So I understand Caltrans is here, and so just please hear me. We are not numbers. People are people, and a human being and a human soul has a lot of value. And even one loss is one too many. And it's an intersection. I understand that, there's also the train involved. I don't know who we need to get a hold of, but we need to start lighting some fires under some behinds in both Caltrans and the railroad, because it's not numbers, it's human beings. And unfortunately, again, you're between a rock and a hard place, because if you don't move forward on this project, we're going to pay for it in a different way. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you for your input. Next person.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I had the pleasure of growing up on California Street before any development went west of Walnut. We thought the world was going to come to an end when they had built the first phase of that. El Portal past the west of that was still, I believe, a vineyard that we played in. When that developed, we thought the world was going to come to an end. It did not. Traffic is still not that bad on California. My mother still lives in that house I grew up in. I can park in the driveway, I can back out. There's not an impact on California. I don't believe these 72 homes would be a problem with that. I think that, as others have said in support of this project, if we don't do something, we don't annex it, it's county property, someone's going to put a project in there we do not want. And we have no control. Similar to the one on the other end of California by the railroad tracks, that currently nobody is happy about, but it's coming. And we can't stop it, basically. There's no approval process to stop it. So I think the smart growth that we need, I'm not sure how many permits we've pulled in the last 15 to 20 years to build houses in this town, but we have a housing. Any kids that have grown up in this town, go to college, want to come back and live in the town they grew up in, there's no houses for them. There's no current houses, all the one-stories that they want to build. I'm a McMansion that's over 3,000 square foot. My kids are close to being out of the house. I'd like to downsize. There's no market for that for me to downsize. I can get someone to buy my house, but I can't find anything in my price range and size that I would like when I retire to be able to buy in there. This development will help that alleviate and bring others into town for houses like mine that are huge. So I think that you need to consider that project and move it forward. For those that are concerned with inaction on the council's part, the city doesn't have the budget to pay for that light. We never have, we never will. The price for a light is what, $7 to $10 million last I heard for that intersection? That's more than our budget for a few years. It's not gonna happen. The city will never pay for that. We can't do it. So to expect you folks to do anything is on the wrong side of that, in my opinion. We can't do anything about it. It's up to Caltrans. They are working on it. I think that we should move forward with the project. It's gonna be, what, 3 years by the time we get through LAFCO and then they start approving project permits and they start building houses. It's gonna take a few years to get that done. Probably 29, late 28, you might see some houses. That gives Caltrans to move another 3 years ahead on that schedule. It may take more than that to get there, and you'll have to find a mitigating factor on that. Maybe you do block off Brennan going north when your houses start going up. The sticks start going up, you block it off the K-rail. Not that expensive, put a couple of K-rails up there. You can no longer go north in there until Caltrans does finish the work on that. Yes, it'll impact Walnut, Irwin, California, First Street. Not everybody goes west to Manteca out of that area. Other people go to Manteca, they come or go to Modesto, other cities that go the other direction. So not everybody that lives in that subdivision is going to go to Brennan and 120. I don't think that we can emphasize that enough, in my opinion, that not everybody goes west on 120 that's going to live in that neighborhood. So I think that traffic study is close. I think it's a little shy of what it should be, but it's still not that more impactful. I think the folks, apologies, Andy, council, my time's up.
Finish up your last statement.
No, it's all right. I'm good.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for input. Our next person.
Good evening, council. My name is Peter Krummick. I think a lot of good points were just made. I made a pros and cons list. I guess I'll start with the cons first. Growth is a bad thing argument, and that one you can't, it's hard to refute that. If somebody feels that way, they don't want any growth in Escalon, those are the hardliners. There's nothing you can do about that. Increased traffic, which goes into seemingly the main point here. I don't know how you go against that argument. Whenever there's a new development, there's new streets, there's new people, there's new cars, traffic does increase. Of course, it's mitigated by more roads and different things. Increased stress on the police department, a very valid one. They got more streets to patrol. There's more incidences, more bodies out there, more things to keep an eye on. That's a tough one with growth. Loss of community feel, which is one I don't think I've really heard. The sense we're going to lose a sense of the small town. The community is going away, blah, blah, blah. It seems like the main point is the traffic light, right? And so then I'll just read my pros really quick, which all of these are, everybody probably in this room understands. One, growth is, in general, necessary for a healthy community. Number two, it would provide more customers for local businesses. People hear that. It is within the limits of the slow growth ordinance. It was approved by the Planning Commission 3-2. You could take that either way, but that's the role of that body, to approve or disapprove projects, bring them forward to you guys. The last project that I remember going in was the 22 homes kind of by Dollar General, and that one seemed to work out pretty well. It might finally be the push for Caltrans to put that light in now that they have a developer pushing forward instead of just, concerned, angry citizens that, have had tragic things happen in their life that, we blame Caltrans. I personally emailed Caltrans, I think the director of the district, I can't remember the lady's name for District 10, like a couple years ago, saying, take a look at this again, I just emailed her. The expanded park would help with rec sports. I think that's something to think about. And it would increase property tax and sales tax revenue for the city. Those are all no-brainers. The last thing is, follow with me. Let's do a Google Maps. If you go into Riverbank and you turn left on Patterson, and you're going to turn right on Claus. You remember how scary that is? You go over the hill trying to turn left out of there. They finally put a light in. You guys notice that? I just noticed it come from Oakdale. I'm like, what's the light in here? This used to be a scary thing. They had just built a small housing development there. When you turn right on a Claus, immediate left, there's new houses going in. And so I don't know the details of that, but it's possible that if the housing project moves forward, the light project moves forward. It might be that they go together, which solves, a very emotional problem that people have been bringing up. And I'm not going one way or the other. I'm just trying to be objective and point out a few things. But as I was sitting there, I was like, what's another scary turn? And when, that one on Claus was terrifying trying to come out because you can't see cars coming over. I was like, there's accidents. And they finally put a light in. So,
Hey, Peter, if you can wrap it up, we hit our number.
Sure, yeah, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Next person.
I'm here this evening to express my support for the Future Flourishing project. As a real estate agent, I have firsthand experience with the growing need for more affordable and newer homes in Escalon. I currently have 2 families who are interested in the Flourishing homes, both growing up in this community and want the opportunity to raise their own children here. Unfortunately, that dream is becoming increasingly difficult for many local families. This development provides an opportunity for people who already have roots in Escalon to remain here. Many of our teachers, first responders, seniors possibly looking to downsize, and young families are being priced out of the very community that they serve and love. I believe it's important that we make room for them. Growth doesn't have to mean losing what makes Escalon special. It can mean creating opportunities for the next generation. strengthening our local economy, and sharing the responsibility that every community eventually faces. With appropriate conditions, oversight, and accountability from the developer, I believe this project can be a positive asset to our community. I respectfully urge the City Council to continue moving this project forward while holding the developer to high standards that reflect Escalon's values. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your input.
My name's Jennifer. I am an Escalon resident and have been my whole life. Gone to high school here and everything. My husband and I are in support of it. We do understand the issues and the horrific things that have happened to families, but they also have to understand the new families that want to come in and raise their children in a safe community. And everybody has to understand, we all live in California. They push low income. So if you don't put something that's at least nice, they might be coming in with the next bold communities into that area. So just keep that in mind.
Thank you for your input. Next person.
Hi, I'll make this quick. You guys know where I stand on this. This is meeting number 4, including planning and the community center meeting. So what has Florsheim done? They've heard all of us. I don't see them making any concessions regarding the traffic flow or anything. That's pretty curious to me. I don't understand their silence. The one-story house concession, that's actually a city ordinance. So I don't see that they've bent at all. The traffic issue is the main issue. We all knew, I'm an original owner on California. We knew when we bought those homes that homes were going to be built there eventually, but not like this and not this traffic situation. So 4 meetings in, you guys have heard the community come out. I mean, we've packed the house 4 times now. I just hope that you're listening because sometimes it doesn't seem like it. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Next person.
We have 2 issues here tonight. One is annexation and one is Florsheim Homes. And I wish we could separate those here because I could address these individually. So let's just start with annexation. For the people here that think that SB 35 is going to play any kind of part in that parcel, as long as it's not in the city, are wrong. This county has no infrastructure in place. The state will never come in and tell you got to put in low-income housing in an area where you don't have any infrastructure. So let's not get worried about that. The only strength and point that you have, that we have, is whether we annex or we don't annex. And if I don't care what this administration says, I don't care what Caltrans says, we're coming up with plans. The minute you annex that, they're off the hook. You've got nothing. Being a inspector in the Mountain View Fire Department for years, you had to have a hook. You had to get people to comply, to do something. There's the power. There's a way around this thing. We're talking about Brennan, and yeah, there should be a light there. Wellesley has to put in money for that. They've got to put in money for that. We have transportation money for that and Measure K money. But there's another way. If you'll put up a picture there with the development, it shows all the circulation. With the houses. There you go. All right. You're looking at Salivo, you're looking at Riesling. I know the argument's going to come up because they're going to say railroad, but the real way to take the pressure off, at least primarily, is to go right through Riesling and over those railroad tracks. Forget Salivo coming out on California and exacerbating Brennan. You go over the railroad tracks just like you do with Irwin and Walnut and Brennan and Ulray, and it's been done. And it didn't take forever to get it done, but these guys need to push it. You need to push it. The state and the county's got to push it. So here I am. I'm just going to wrap this up. I want you to table this annexation portion. Number one, and I appreciate Sean Stroman phoning in. I think we need a full dais here to make this decision. I think it's just procedurally important to have all 5 of you there to make this decision. That's number one. Number two, there's been 2 different surveys out. One was conducted by Councilman Engel that showed that people are against this project. And they didn't all show up here tonight because you wouldn't have the room for it. Let's see. Election's 92 days out. You may not be here. I think just like O'Connell did with President Obama and not seating a Supreme Court justice for over a year, I don't think you ought to make a decision on that because you may not be there and other people may feel different because they may run on this issue. So I think you should table this and listen to Caltrans, who's going to have some kind of plan by December, and table it till after the first of the year, revisit it then when you get the information from Caltrans, what they're going to do, how they're going to do it, and when they're going to do it. You don't have anything now. You've got pieces of paper. As soon as you annex that property, you've lost your hook. And they're going to tell you like that, we'll get to you when we get to you.
I appreciate your input. Next person, is there a next person? There's next person over here.
Yes, my name's Vance Nielsen. I live on Noni. And right now, the traffic on Brennan and 120 is horrendous. I don't know where they come up with that study, but it's wrong, the traffic study. I have no problem with them putting in the houses and stuff, but when I moved here 21 years ago, there was going to be a light on Brennan. And there's not. So you can take what Caltrans says and forget it. You can put double lines and all that. Who's going to enforce it? Escalon? And they're going to say, no, that's state. So nothing's going to happen there. You can put all the stripes you want. How come the speed limit hasn't been reduced since our houses went in? It's 55 out there. When you get close to town, then it gets down to 45, 30, 35, and 25, I believe it is. When our houses went in, that should have been brought down to 45. I don't know who enforces that, state, but people here need to start pushing Caltrans to do stuff, to lower the speed limit and to get a signal in there. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Anyone else? No? You got one more or no? No. Oh, okay. Oh, yes, we do.
This is my second time here, and I am bilingual, so if I get so upset, I start speaking in Spanish. I hope some of you understand. I live on California, and you folks are going to kill me. All these people coming at me. You think about all these homes that you're thinking about building. Figure mom's going to work, dad's going to work, their high school kids are going to school, taking their friends. There's motorhomes, motorcycles, children on bikes, and you're all going to come out on my street for real? In an emergency, fire department, ambulance, going into that section, or if there's an evacuation and we're trying to get out on California, can you imagine the fiasco that's going to be? I know for a fact that it's been over 5 years. There were so many people killed out here on French Camp in 120, and they promised them a light. Is there a light there today? No. So how long is it going to take to get a light on 120 in Brennan? How long is that going to take? And I would suggest, please don't build these homes until the lights come in. Please don't bring all these folks coming down on California. We've got children, we've got grandchildren. The families there literally put signs on the streets because their kids are playing and drive with caution. I can't imagine what it's going to be like. It breaks my heart to hear these families come up to the podium losing a loved one. But none of you live in that area. Somebody said earlier that they lived on California. Well, there's a California on the other side of 120 because this person doesn't live on my street, and I know just about all my neighbors, and they know me. Usually I'm quiet, I'm shy, but I could feel my blood pressure going up just listening to what's been said today. I just implore you to please do the right thing. Please. That's all I got to say.
Thank you for your input. Do we have anyone else out in the audience? Anyone on the, excuse me, online?
Not besides
No? All right, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the dais. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, that's public, if you can't have just comments from the audience.
Yeah.
So if any more public comment, if not, close the public hearing.
Kirk, make it real quick. I know you come here a lot, so just give me one quick. It's got to be quick, though.
It's important. The project that they're proposing with the attachment to Shadowwood Park, that's a storm basin. That's all paid for by Bellaterra. These guys are going to join into that, and they're not going to pay our portion of the fees that you charge us every year for the LMD, and they're not going to pay for any of the amortization of the costs that are surrounding it. I didn't get a chance to address that tonight. I'll just say that. Another reason to hold off.
Thank you so much. All right, so we'll bring it back to dais, and we'll chew this over, and we'll get you an answer. All right, so can you, first thing first, can you address what Kirk just said?
Yeah, absolutely. This project, as shown on the screen, everything south of the white is the existing park. It is an existing storm drain basin. The new area, approximately 1.1 acres, will expand the park to make it a larger overall park. This new subdivision will have either an LLD, which focuses on landscape and lighting, or a CFD, a community facilities district, which can fund other city services besides landscaping and lighting. The basketball court, the park, the gazebo, their portion of the turf, the basin, that will all be funded from their landscape and lighting district or CFD.
Okay.
Okay,
appreciate it.
They will have one just like the neighborhood to the south.
Well, I'll start off and hopefully not get rocks thrown at me, but this is what I see, I feel like is a logical answer. I think Kevin alluded to it earlier, is having a contingency plan. I think that if we're going to do this in a way that's going to allow us to have the kind of growth that we need, at the same time addressing, the safety issues and some of, not all of it, but some of the traffic issues. Personally, I think we address to see, can those roads be opened up to over the railroad track into, Highway 120? What's the feasibility of that? I do think that if we did my personal feeling is we approve the project contingent on, as well as like Kurt said, having a hook on it with the annex, contingent upon traffic light or citizen-approved mitigation option. And I think that would be based on interaction with the citizens and Caltrans and workshop in the city. I think that would allow us to get to a proper, realistic answer that I think the citizens, majority of the citizens would be happy with. That's kind of how I see it. I don't know how you guys see it or not, but
I do. Yeah, it's an uncomfortable conversation, but I think it just needs to be had. After hearing, public sentiment from today, I don't see any way that Brendan stays open. I just don't see it. I don't, and it's kind of a win, I think, for both parties. I think mitigating that traffic by shutting down Brennan, if we're really concerned about additional accidents at that intersection, and I take it twice a day, 5 days a week, minimum. I cross over Brennan north, south to north. And There are definitely times where I choose not to go that way, and I time it based on what time of day it is. Maybe when I'm commuting down Mariposa, I come all the way down through McHenry. But if we're genuinely concerned, excuse me, fighting a cold here, if we're genuinely concerned about safety, we need to shut that thing down right away, temporarily, until the light can go in. But in my opinion, I think the project needs to go through. I do have a question for the housing element. We have 8 years for how many units again, please?
367 units over the next 5 years till 2031.
5 years. And if we don't meet those units, what happens?
Undefined a little bit. You can lose state grant funding. You can get sued by the state.
We see it already, right? With Newsom trying to file action with our Attorney General, right?
Yep.
We saw that potential threat. So there is some repercussion to our town. This project, and I guess this is for the developer. If you were to get approval today, like how long are we talking until occupancy? Can somebody answer that question?
Probably the first home would be occupied in about 3 years.
In about 3 years. So, I mean, my question to the community really is if we deny this project and we put this off for another 3 to 5 years while we wait for Caltrans, we're missing that RENA number. We're missing potential growth in our community. And we're missing just that opportunity to choose, in my opinion, what we want Escalon to be. I don't know where we would put the rest of these 305 units over the next 5 years. But I do have to believe, based on what I've seen from the state of California, that inaction is actually action. And they will hold that against us if they see that we're deliberately trying to not do anything. And that is not beneficial for our town. I don't think, one more thing, I don't think anybody gets a full win in this scenario. It's just my opinion that the only way to meet in the middle would be to stop traffic on Brennan and allow the project to move forward.
I definitely agree with you. It's a really well thought out project. And I think there's a way to do both. I really do. I think that it just has to be organized properly, and I think Caltrans needs to be, open. They already have the team together, open to getting us to an answer and, getting that answer as far as what is the actual strategy right away. Not taking away from this business, this project to be able to go through. So I do think that, like I was saying before, I think it needs to be, in my opinion, in annexation driven contingency. I think we need a traffic light or a mitigation option that's going to really allow the safety aspect to be there.
Andy, what do we do about safety right now? What do we do about safety tomorrow during the commute?
No,
School's starting up in a couple days. What do we do about that?
I mean, you can't.
Automatic lights.
We're done here.
Mr. Mayor, I was going to answer your question. Hold on one sec, Councilman Stroman. I was answering Councilman Engel's question. So restate that. I'm sorry.
Just for safety in the meantime, I think we've established that there's an issue at that intersection.
Yeah.
What do we do right now? When school starts up next week and there's parents that are running late because the kids put on the wrong shoes or didn't pack their lunch or whatever it is, and they're having to rush out there. Because I see it every time I get onto Brennan and 120, somebody making a bad choice going out there. What do we do to stop that?
Well, I only see two options in my mind. I see either keep it the same until we get an answer, and we kind of move this bus at the same time we're getting an answer, or you shut it down until we're in a good spot. I mean, if you want to go nth degree safety, then you shut it down. I mean, that's, I think, reality of it. You know what I'm saying? But if we want to, it's been open for, how many years? 100 years or something? I don't know exactly, but so I think there's a little bit of leeway that we unfortunately have to be okay with getting to that answer. So not that I would like to see anyone get injured there, but we either are shutting it down completely or you're creating some sort of a minor mitigation approach, which the citizens clearly aren't okay with.
I should address that. I appreciate your comment. I wouldn't propose shutting it down permanently, but shutting it down until a light was installed, but it's still allowing that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Sorry.
Yeah, I might not have stated correctly. And I think it's fair for us, just like the audience, right? We're all going to have some different opinions. So I appreciate that we can be up here and have dialogue and maybe not necessarily disagree, but remain amicable.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I apologize. Councilman Stroman, you had a thought on this?
Oh, I have many thoughts. I would like to formally request that you reopen the public hearing, and I would like to hear from the Caltrans representative in the audience.
So I have some questions for him when we get to me.
Okay.
So
Can you just hold that thought for just a sec?
same request.
Sure.
Because
I have other questions too, so.
Okay.
But do you want them now or do you want them later?
Just hold tight for a sec. Let's see if Councilman Kay has anything he wants to add to this before we.
I have a lot to say on the subject, and I want to preface it with I've been in the collision industry since I was 17 years old. Much like first responders, when you deal with accidents and wrecked cars your entire life, you kind of become numb to the human emotion of it. So I just want to be very clear that I am very sensitive, especially Mr. and Mrs. Russell, seeing you in the front row. I had no idea you had lost your son on a couple of years ago. My condolences. That is an absolute tragedy, and every life lost is a tragedy. But I just wanted to preface this with, I don't want this to come across as me not caring. It's just kind of the industry that I'm in. And we talk about a lot of emotions here, but let's talk about facts. We call it the collision industry, and we call it a collision because it's not an accident. Unfortunately, a human being has made a mistake. When we drive a vehicle, we have determined that driving these vehicles that can do 100 miles an hour down the road, that there is a risk that we are willing to take as we drive down the road for the reward of being able to get from point A to point B in a timely fashion. And every day that we get in our car, whether we're going down First Street at 25 miles an hour, or we're going down the freeway at 70 miles an hour, we have made the determination that we are going to make that risk because we want the reward of travel. That being said, every intersection in the country, and I don't mean in the city of Escalon, I legitimately mean in the United States, every intersection is a fatality waiting to happen every single time that you step into a car. You can be doing every single thing right, and a semi-truck loses its brakes and blows through the intersection and kills you. That's my take on collisions. So when we look at this intersection, and I will tell you, I have a personal connection to this intersection as well. Right after moving here when I was 15 years old from Sonora, 3 of my friends from Sonora were actually killed just east of that intersection. It wasn't the intersection. They went off the road for an unknown reason. 3 of them died. 1 of them survived. Went to a funeral in my former high school with 3 caskets in the gym. So I understand the human emotion and the loss of human life and the severity of it. But at the same time, we have to look at reality and what reality is versus emotion. This intersection, I live in this corner of town. My wife and I both frequent this intersection on a regular basis. And I mean to the tune of probably half a dozen times a day, I use, this intersection. I do it pulling a trailer. I do it on a motorcycle. I do it in a passenger car. I use this intersection all of the time. The queuing of the cars, and the reason that I ask those specific numbers is, to be honest with you, I've never really pulled up behind more than like 2 vehicles sitting there at any given time. And that's including rush hour first thing in the morning, when everybody's taking their kids to school, and I'm taking my kids to school too. So, the queuing seems a little high for what I have, witnessed, but that's, can't think of the word for it, but that's just anecdotal. That's the word I'm looking for. I don't like change. I love Escalon. One of the best things about living in Escalon, I'll tell you, I've lived within 1 block of First Street for 27 years. I don't like change. I'm very happy in the home that I live in. And when you come into town, honestly, seeing that pasture with the cows grazing in it, how much more Escalon can you get than that? However, while I was campaigning for this seat, I spent my entire time knocking on doors west of Walnut and south of 120. That includes the Bellaterra neighborhood. That includes south, Sanchez Park area, everywhere. You can go from Brennan all the way to Walnut, and there probably wasn't a door that my wife and I did not knock on and speak to people. During that time, the most consistent thing that I heard from our residents is that our kids aren't living in Escalon because they can't find a home here. And we, as it stated, this has been on the books since 2008, 18 years later, and we have no development. The number of housing permits pulled in that time and the number of houses built, extremely minimal. Something has to be done for our growth, whether we want it or not. Now, when it comes to the safety of the intersection, I'm all for Caltrans doing their job. I believe that we're safe to say they have given us 3 different mock-ups of ideas that they have. So they are working on this, and they're having something in by 2029, which just happens to be the same year that they are thinking they will have the first resident in a house. You put all that together, I don't really see, conditional, and you both have valid points. Why not, make another passing across the railroad track? Well, if you make another passing across the railroad track, that's one more spot that somebody can pull out in front of the wrong car and not give themselves enough space, and an accident can occur and another life can be lost. That's the reality. Why not close Brennan? It's going to fill California and First Street with a ton of cars. And the other part of this argument has been, I live on California. I don't want these X amount of vehicles coming down my road. Well, these are the options here because, yes, SB 35 would not apply to county land. Something's getting built there. Something is going to get built on this property. Do we want the city council of Escalon and our residents to have our voices in this, or do we want it to be the county? Do we want it to be the state? At some point, we have to take care of our own self and do something to move forward. Otherwise, we just got off of a sue list by the Attorney General of the state. Something has to be done. That being said, whatever the mitigation is that we can come to a compromise on, whether it's closing Brennan, which I truly don't want. I'm more than happy to use that intersection. But
Not to interrupt you, but
go ahead.
I was thinking along the lines of the mitigation thoughts that you had just alluded to, is finding a compromise that doesn't compromise safety, but also allows the project to get done in a timely fashion. So,
and I think with Caltrans commitment, and hopefully we can get our Caltrans representative up here, with Caltrans commitment to have some kind of safety measure put in place by the time these houses are in the same timeline, same time frame. I think that we have that mitigation already in the works. We don't have any control over Caltrans. Anybody that says we need to do something, go ahead and get on the phone to Caltrans, put an email out, see how well it works out for you. It works just the same for us. We are a town of 7,000 people, and they don't really care what we have to say a lot of the time. They have noticed that there is a need for it in this, to Mr. Krumich's, sorry if I'm hacking up your name, Peter, point. They have given us a commitment here. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought when I realized I said his name wrong. Yeah, I completely lost it.
Crummage.
Crummage. That's not the train of thought. But he had made a valid point, and I'm sorry that it escapes me right now, but we have to do something here. And if we don't, we are going to end up under the gun by the state. And unfortunately, whether some people don't like this or not, I see a need for it. I heard the need from it from parent after parent. I actually believe, Jennifer, I think that I may have spoke to you while I was campaigning, and you said that you were looking for a house here in town and you couldn't buy one. That was 2 years ago, a full 2 years ago now. That's pretty mind-boggling that we're still in the same situation. Something has to be done here. As far as the mitigation effort, I think we do what we can to get Caltrans to commit to the same timeline as the house is being built. And if we can achieve that, then I think that we approve the annexation and we approve this project moving forward.
What's the contingency that Caltrans gives us the middle finger? Do we shut it down?
Shut down Brennan. If Brennan is the concern, let's shut it down.
Until that is solved.
Yeah. And I think that, once we close off a road there, now Caltrans is going to be looking at a lot of really upset citizens with them. And hopefully you guys start, going to the Caltrans meetings and, giving them the business the same way that you do us. That's kind of my take on it.
Okay. I mean, it's rational. It's logical. All right, bring it back. I think there's some questions for Caltrans.
I got it.
For you, right?
Yeah, I got some questions.
Oh, do you want to answer those prior?
No, you're right. Let's ask some questions and then I'll talk.
We'll bring Caltrans up. You can at this point, but apologize, but it's the way the meeting's set up. Can Caltrans, there we go. And Pro Tem, why don't you go first, and then, unless you want Sean to go first.
Sure, no, my questions are brief and blunt. So here we go. Welcome. Thank you for coming tonight. Appreciate you. So my first question is, what's the timeline when will this light or traffic mitigation be entered by Caltrans? And when's the opening? When's the ribbon cutting?
Okay. Well, first of all, good evening,
Yes.
Mayor and Council Member Ravinder Bajwa, Caltrans Traffic Operations. So timeline, as you probably saw in the staff report, right now we're working on a project initiation document. It's supposed to be completed by December of this year. And that will, and you may have seen the alternatives as I heard you talking about. So there are multiple alternatives that needs to be evaluated during project approval and environmental document phase. So it all depends on that alternative, which city is part of that team, project development team, which they push forward or look forward to. So if it's going to be roundabout, you can move away from the railroad. It could move much faster. And if you go with a signal, then you are dealing with railroad directly, and it does add to the time. So I think we'll have better idea of timeline when we complete the project initiation document in December. We'll have better idea how long project is going to take, depending on the alternative, depending on the preferred alternative.
If you had to shoot from the hip, what do you think it is? I know it's your job to like waffle.
No, I'm a pretty,
But, like, if you had to
and I did say that, and somebody quoted me that in the past audience, and I stand by that, because if you deal with railroad, they're gonna be driving the schedule, and that's very true for the signal alternative. If we have that, it's gonna take quite a bit of time, at least 2 years after we complete the environmental document, 2 years just to do environmental document and project board, and 3 years to complete dealing with the railroad. So we're talking about 5 years after December.
5 years.
If we're going with signal alternative, but if we're going roundabout, it could be sooner. It can be pulled forward. It may impact some properties on the north side.
I apologize. I say that first part. I didn't quite hear what you
5
said,
years for the light.
Oh,
but after the 5 years.
so what I said, after we complete the project initiation document in December, it has to get programmed. I mean, I'm adding additional things now to kind of make it much to understand. As you heard in the staff report, the SHOP program has to amend it into State Highway Operations Protection Program, and then it will get into. Then you start looking at working on project report, which has multiple alternatives. You may have seen 2 types of roundabouts and a signal, and those alternatives are studied by the team, which includes the city. Project team, including everybody, and then it will take up to 2 years. And then based on preferred alternative, from there onwards, it could be another couple of years to design the project and take it to construction. Or if the railroad is involved, it could be taking another additional year or 2. So, that's the tentative schedule.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, if traffic light, railroad has to be involved, possibly up to 5 years.
Possibly up to 5
roundabout
years
is-
after, roundabout can be sooner, but it may impact some properties on the north side. There's a house there, we can move on the empty field, which is empty, may have some plants. So it all depends, and you may have seen the alternatives. So how
Right, I've seen all 3 of them, yeah.
Yeah, so you pretty, I mean, if we move away from a railroad, less we deal with railroad, faster we move.
I have a quick question for you, and then I'll head back. I'm sorry. I just need to get off.
Okay.
Sorry. So with these other mitigation thoughts, right? I'm sure there's some sort of statistic. I'm sure you don't have to be exact, but how, like, is it, how much difference of a percentage of safety is it relative to a traffic light with these things? Are we like giving up a ton of safety? Is it pretty safe? Is it, do you have stats on that stuff?
Well, I don't have stats directly, but what we heard on the staff report during presentation, if you do right in, right out, it's much safer. Left turning movements are always bring more conflicts, more chances of getting in collision. So right in, right out, those are, I heard closing down is the best option, but I work for the community. It does something. Again, it's up to the council, but right in, right out is a good solution. And one of them was with a surface mounted channelizer, which you call pylons. If you have that, if it can be maintained, and of course, I heard that drivers have to really maintain their driving behavior, not start running over those pylons. So those are good effective measures, but I don't really have readily available the statistics how much, but it does minimize collision potential for any collisions. Right in, right out. Or right out only is another one, which is much safer. So you make, at least I have, whenever I go, I try to make a right out. Possibly if I go Brennan, I do use most oftenly going on McHenry. I prefer to go straight and then go through the 120 rather than going Brennan. So, but yeah, those are some of the things. But those and double yellow is another alternative, which is again. It can become an enforcement thing, but that can be implemented if there is enforcement out there. That's very effective. But that limits to right in, right out. To Brennan, you can make left out. You cannot make left in.
So, Raymond, you live here?
I live in Modesto.
Oh, okay. I was going to say.
So I'm very familiar with every street. And actually, I do run around here too. So.
All right. Go for it. Sorry.
Continue. All right. Thank you for the answer to the timeline question. Looks like 5 years for the light. I'm gonna put 6. And for the roundabout, one deals with the railroad, which is difficult. One deals with taking land from private owners.
Yeah.
Is where that is.
So
okay. I'm just clarifying. Is that correct?
Yes. So 3 years, basically, once you complete PNED, it will take to go through the right-of-way process. They ask, I used to be project manager, will always, even for our own projects, well, it is our project, they're going to say 3 years because working with railroad, that's to Union Pacific.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. And then, so I've had lots of background. I've had lots of briefings for the citizens that haven't had that. That's why I want to say these things out loud so that they can hear what we know here. But what I do want to know is if any of our citizens can do any actions to help move this along. Is there anything that our citizens can do right now to get this to go a little faster?
Well, it is already on. It is a safety project, top priority for state. It is already going on high pace. It's funded. That's the big thing. I think it's going at full blown speed. It's just we want to make sure that when the alternatives portion come, we will need support from city. If we need to have some negotiations with the property owner or with railroad, that will help us expedite things because then comes the partnership in order to, it's just not Caltrans directly dealing with. Then if there's a city support, people support, it does make a difference.
Okay, awesome. So I do have another question. Sure. One citizen had said that he has emailed Caltrans just to make sure that they are aware of the light and to please look at it again. Have you guys gotten a lot of emails from citizens with Escalon to please pay attention to the light? Have you been inundated with that type of communication, or do you know of that?
I don't directly receive. I can check with our PIO team.
Okay.
Our public information, I can check with them tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, but we do address customer service requests as they come in.
Okay, thank you. I think those are my questions for right now, and I'm sure they have some more for you. Thank you.
Backing off that, could you put that contact information out the front or something so everyone can see, so then they can chirp at you guys more?
Your personal cell phone number?
Well, I did see my name on the memo, so it's up there. I did see, and it's wow. I was up there, so yeah, no worries.
Yeah, you mean like a general complaint email or phone number,
Yeah, we have the customer service. It's like CSR. There's a link. We receive tons of requests and we keep working on them on a regular basis, just not only Escalon, throughout the 8 counties we cover and 29 cities. We're already inundated. And in fact, tomorrow I'll be in a different place talking about Hillmar actually dealing with their issues.
If you were able to supply that, that would be much appreciated.
The PIO yeah.
Yeah, that way people know exactly who to actually contact, so that we could get that message, kind of flood the zone, so to speak.
Sure, I'll do that.
Okay. Councilman, excuse me, Councilman Stroman, you have questions?
I think everybody stole my questions for Caltrans.
Okay, that's good.
So, yeah. But now actually I would like to ask, let's see, going back and looking at my notes here. I'd like to hear from Dave Romano and the president of Florsheim.
Okay.
I think you're off the hook for the evening.
Appreciate your time,
I
Arena.
wouldn't count your chickens yet.
Could we have, who wants to go here? Okay, there we go.
Councilman Stroman, Dave Romano, you can start with me, and then if I need to get some more answers from Florsheim, I will.
Actually, no, Dave, I would prefer to talk to both you and Florsheim at the same time.
He stepped into the restroom, so we can wait for a second until Randy comes back.
You mind asking, just for the sake of productivity, Councilman Stroman, these questions that have to be addressed to both?
Yes, they do.
They do.
But actually,
My monologue.
I'll just go right now.
Okay.
I mean, we got a lot of people in the audience, and I'm just gonna,
Okay.
similar to Mayor Pro Tem's questions.
Mr. You ready? Dave?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So who is there with you from Florsheim? Still Dave?
Yeah, Randy Bling, the president, John Pranitis, their construction manager, and those are probably
Okay.
the ones that would be best.
So
Mr. Bling, the president is with me.
I could see him. I could see him on the screen.
Good.
So I'm going to be very blunt and just ask Randy, actually, both of you a question. But Dave, this isn't your first project in the city of Escalon, obviously. We know each other from other developments. But for Randy, we've had 2 community meetings. We have had numerous meetings with city staff. We have had workshops. And quite frankly, why should I support this project? And now and it's kind of a rhetorical question, but let me tell you why I'm asking this. We have had residents show up to those meetings. We've had residents show up to planning commissioner meetings. Now we have parents and community members. It's 10:40 at night voicing their concerns about this project. And at the end of the day, the best thing that Florsheim offered us, the best thing that we got out of the deal was another fence and rearrangement of homes in order to follow Escalon Municipal Code. That's the best thing that we've gotten. And my concern is that, quite frankly, our residents' voices are not being heard, period. Period. We knew traffic was going to be an issue. 100%. It was the very first thing that was brought up. But what has Florsheim done to try to help resolve some of this issue? I'm not saying this is all on Florsheim. That's not what I'm saying. But, I mean, as a council member, what are you willing to do? The people's voices are not being heard. I don't know how many different ways to say that, but even in all the comments of the community was raising for the last year and a half, all the effort that city staff has been putting in for a year and a half. And all we got is another wood fence.
Councilman Stroman, I don't feel that's a fair representation of where we are. And I think what the city has gotten is that if Florsheim had not stuck with this project and had not been moving forward for the last 2.5, 3 years, this conversation would not even be occurring. Brennan would continue to be like Brennan. Caltrans would not be here talking with you about this. They would not have this project in design, and they would not have it funded. And so Florsheim sticking with this project and working with your staff and meeting with Caltrans over the last 2 years has pushed this to a point where a project that will start in about 3 years is going to be extremely close to construction of that intersection. Now, we can't have a condition of this project be wait until the intersection is completed, because then we're waiting for 3 years. We're not going to invest $7 to $10 million in a subdivision, but we can invest that in a subdivision, and in about 3 years, we can be occupying homes, and Caltrans will be very near building this improvement. And at that point, Councilman Engel and Councilman Kay and Mayor Hagan, you can have a conversation about, we're going to start having a few homes. Should we close Brennan for a short window of time while we're waiting for that intersection to get constructed? Or you can have a conversation with the community and say, you know, we're about a year away from this intersection being completed. An option is to close Brennan, or we can leave it open for a short period of time to close that gap. But there's not a plan where either you stop and we wait for this to get done. What is Caltrans's motivation to actually complete this improvement without a project? It's just going to continue to be business as usual. So we've forced an issue, and then we have to come up, and we understand that people are emotional about it and that there have been accidents here. But this project has moved this towards almost resolution. You cannot trust Caltrans. We can be concerned about Caltrans and the timing. But I think that we wouldn't be here having this conversation if Florsheim hadn't really been spending a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of effort with your staff and with Caltrans in numerous meetings, having traffic engineers. I don't want to guess how much money they spent with traffic engineers, laying out options, sharing them with Caltrans, having Caltrans say that works, that doesn't work. So I don't know if it's fair to say we're just getting city standard homes. Those are your standards. We're building homes to your standards. We think that's a fair thing to do. So that is my response. And I apologize, but I don't think that Florsheim is being treated fairly.
So Dave, I understand, but you indicated earlier that this lot has been waiting for development for 25 years. That those were your words when you began the presentation. Honestly, what's 3 years to start to actually have a home that's occupiable, and at the same time, we get improvements to the intersection?
That's where we are. You will have homes occupiable in about 3 years, and you will be close to an improved intersection that benefits your community. So I don't think that we are that far apart. But we are not Caltrans, and we don't control that process, and we can't promise to you what Caltrans will do, but they're on it.
Okay, so do this.
Councilman Stroman, is there another question for him, or?
Yeah, there is, honestly. And this is not only for Florsheim or for Dave, or this is for everybody. Guys, I think we're doing this the wrong way. And let me explain why. Right now, we have 3 camps. Actually, we have 4 camps. We have the resident camp, we have the city camp, we have the Caltrans camp, and we have the Murphy Ranch camp. I think what we need to really think about holistically is getting rid of the camps and figure this out collectively together. What works for everybody? I mean, I think everybody knows I'm in construction, and the buzzword these days is collaboration. And I think collectively, if all 4 camps come together collaboratively, we can figure out a solution that works for everybody that came to the meeting tonight. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. Well, I think it makes sense to, you want to say something?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I say one thing? Okay. I think it makes sense that the project moves forward, but at the same time, we have to have a fail-safe, which I think is like what Councilman Ingles alluding to, is that shutdown of the street that can't, in other words, if this thing's timing up and we're getting it together, if there is a offset in time, then that road just has to be shut down. I mean, I don't see how else you can do it. And be able to have safety and growth at the same time. So I think.
But I don't, Mr. Mayor, I don't think shutting down the intersection right now is the best solution.
I'm not saying right now. I'm saying when we get to the point that we have to, years down the road when they're putting homes out, if that light isn't where it should be, then the road needs to be shut down until it's done. I think that's the only logical.
Once we reach the point of occupancy.
Correct.
That at that point, we shut the end of Brennan down if
it's not
nothing has
there.
been done.
Yeah, I think that's the only logical way forward to get everyone's input in a rational way.
Okay, perfect. I actually started with that, but let's first, Florsheim makes a beautiful home. So City of Escalon residents, I just want to let you know, as somebody who knows about new homes and that kind of thing, you want a small builder that is local, not one that's traded on the market, the national builder. They're going to do the things that they've changed things. They didn't have to have community meetings, and they've had community meetings for us. And so that's one start to it. And again, beautiful, they build a beautiful home. So I'm looking forward to having those homes eventually here, hopefully in a few years. So don't get a bad taste in your mouth from one or two comments this evening. Originally here, thinking about what we need to do about this intersection, there does need to be mitigation. I'm hearing that it's dangerous, right? I have a 20-year-old daughter. I don't let her take Brennan and 120. I don't. So I am aware that it is dangerous now, not necessarily when there is more people here. I was originally going to say a right-hand turn, but I'm hearing from people that's just not going to work because people are people and they're not going to do it. Then I thought maybe we'll shut it down if the light is not in at the time of receiving their certification of occupancy on that first home, okay? Now I'm leaning to, if it's dangerous today, right now, maybe we should shut it down right now. Because if that's what we're pushing towards, we either need that or we need something else. One of the suggestions was a radar sign. I don't see why we don't have that already. We can have a radar sign already. I don't see the problem of putting that in. Whether or not we do anything else, but putting it in on 120 while people are coming into town might slow people down for them coming by Irwin and Walnut. Anyway, we need people to slow down as they come into town. Town sneaks up on you quickly in Escalon, mostly because you have that big lot that doesn't have homes on it yet, but that will come soon. So and then one that wasn't.
Would you be amendable to the idea of, because whether the project goes through or doesn't, right? You still have that issue regardless, like you're saying. The Brennan issue.
The Brennan issue is there.
So
one thing, it was dark. We can also put a light there, like we could put a construction light there until.
Maybe in the interim period of time, there is mitigation efforts taken to at least make it safer in its current state. It's either that or shut it down.
I'm between at this
We did just do that though, didn't we? Didn't we add some additional lighting and stuff to that intersection? Where's Caltrans? Wasn't there some additional signage or lighting recently, semi-recently?
The flashing yellows, I think were about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do have additional lighting at this point. So that was probably old news, right? So right now, do we shut down Brennan when the first cert goes out? Or do we shut down Brennan now? And that's where I'm weighing, and I think that is my I'd love to hear what other people say about that. But I am excited that Caltrans is here telling us we are moving forward, that this is on the slate. It's on board to go. They're moving at the at the speed of government. Okay. Just like at the DMV. I'm sorry, but that is what it is. That's where they're moving. And if you guys can email Caltrans a few times a day and let them know you're super interested in them moving forward and fill their email boxes. And also I've been telling people for the last 3 years, go to their board meetings online. They have their board meetings and they have just like we do, members from the audience. Go ahead and speak up at their board meetings too, because that's who we're waiting on. So anyway, those are some suggestions for you. But right now, my decision is whether we shut it down now or shut it down then. So which one is it?
Well,
Until we get the light.
What do you think about this idea? We approve the project, but the if that intersection isn't in by the time we're loading homes, then we shut that road down. And then in the meantime, we try to, while it's in its current state, try to, continue to add more safety features to it as best we can.
Maybe that radar is not bad.
Whose responsibility is, if at Brennan, we were to put a right-hand turn only intermittently, whose responsibility is that?
As long
City?
as we're in our right of way, it's our responsibility. We would still coordinate with Caltrans, of course, because it affects their roadway. If we get into their right of way, then it is their responsibility.
Because the tracks are right there and something would need to be there. Does that muddy the water a little bit?
I mean, no more than anything else at the intersection.
So from an educated guess, if we were to do something like that, an initial mitigation of right turn only, it's enforceable by PD because we're in city limits, and we could get that done in what type of time frame? Like as a GAT, I know I'm putting you on the spot there a little bit.
That's fine. I mean, we would coordinate with Caltrans. As I said in the staff report, they have approved conceptually. They would need to look at it because it does affect their roadway. I mean, it's weeks or months.
So we get confirmation on that from Caltrans? Can we ask that question to Caltrans? Raymond, you out there? If we were to put a right-hand turn only temporarily in that location from northbound Brennan to only be able to go eastbound onto 120, how long would that project take? Yeah. What is Caltrans' definition of quick? You said pretty quick. So can you give me like a rough timeline? Like a year, 6 months?
No, we're talking about spending the plans for review and approval. Not encroaching in state right away.
Yep.
Okay. Andy, can you have Caltrans come to the microphone, please?
Yeah.
Weeks or months.
Weeks or months. And
Weeks or
then
months.
construction would be performed by city. We'd go out for RFQ or something.
No, I mean.
We would do it internally.
Bring it on.
Uh-huh.
They're pylons, you.
So
Justin can do it.
Himself.
If it's in city limits, we don't need to, we just need to know what's.
we just need approval. So, I mean,
So-
if we're-
We don't need his approval. It's in city limits.
If it's in city limits,
Yeah. The
once you're
encroachment
going
portion.
straight right
Yeah.
away, then you need the encroachment permit from us, which we can work with
on there.
the
So
city.
relatively
Problem.
quick.
So weeks, months.
So what if that's an option that we make it right-hand turn only? Once occupancy starts, it's blocked off until the light is installed.
Throw the radar out there too.
Radar?
So
Chief, you got an extra car? We can just park out there on the corner like we do at Ace or?
And I'm talking on 120, right? I'm talking on the radar coming eastbound on Highway 120. Is what is the radar I'm referring to.
That'd be CHP.
I feel like we've got a pretty logical approach to this. Any other thoughts?
Andy?
Councilman Sherman?
Yeah, so for a vendor,
Yes, sir.
would it be possible to put these same pylons in the middle of the intersection to prevent westbound traffic turning left onto Brennan?
I would not recommend that. I have done that on 120 Manteca. They were wiped out within a day. And it's not maintainable on people don't drive slow. And I will not do that because it's a nightmare for maintenance crews on a high-speed traffic. I would suggest double yellow. That would be more enforceable. I know chief can enforce it in the city limits or work with CHP. That's more enforceable, double yellow on 120 and pylons on, or maybe not pylons on Brandon. So we can definitely work with city's team to look at what's the best. And of course, with the developers, what works best for the.
Appreciate your input and time and patience with this whole process because we just want to get it right for our community.
Oh, no, of course. I've been instrumental in getting this project going for a long time, just behind the scene. So
I thank you for your time. Anyone want to throw it out there? Get a motion or a thought, or do you got any more?
Yeah, unless there's some additional questions, I'll throw one out there.
Okay.
Actually, I have one question from Caltrans, or I'm sorry, for Florsheim. The home that is shown on the screen that backs up against the current resident at Riesling, can that be moved to one of the other lots further in the infill?
What's the reasoning for it? Just like noise?
Well, that is one of the,
Smaller homes.
Oh,
that's one of the other homes, or one of the, I can't remember the term. I'm just thinking that that resident may be impacted. I'm not sure. I don't know how the council feels about that,
We'll
but
probably be put in a pickle as far as discrimination potentially.
Yeah, that sounds like.
that's
I
true.
don't think that
Yeah,
would be
never mind that.
realistic.
I don't want that.
So
I don't want that individual feeling like they're discriminated against. So
But that was your intent with the comment? Just want to make sure I understood that.
no, my concern is that that resident, actually all those residents are going to be impacted now that you have all of their lots. So do we have assurance that that entire line is all single-story homes?
So
Okay.
I don't want to be a jerk here, but let's go ahead and get this to a head. It's 11 o'clock. I think people want to go home. So
I'll make a motion.
let's make a motion and see where we're at.
All right, Frank, I'll need.
Yeah, I'll help you out here. So let me preface it by, based on where the council I think is going, I think it's to be a motion to approve the entitlement package as presented, but with the in addition to the motion also includes direction to staff to work with Caltrans to implement interim mitigation measures at that location, including but not limited to the right turn only with the pylons and
Double yellows.
and the double
I'll
yellows.
back up. I don't think investigate. I think actionable, like.
To implement,
Proceed.
I said
Did
implement.
you say implement? Okay.
But I guess what I'm saying is there may be specific tweaks that have to come. So they have to work with Caltrans on it. It sounds like it's not going to be a problem, but just in case something weird happens.
Yep.
And then also direct staff that prior to the time the first certificate of occupancy is issued, to come back to council or to close down Brennan if the Caltrans' project alternative that's selected in December, the council kept saying traffic light, but to be clear, it may not be a traffic light, it may be a roundabout or one of the other project alternatives. So whichever project alternative is chosen, if that thing is not constructed by the time the first certificate of occupancy is issued, then the direction was to shut down Brennan on the project side of 120.
I think that's the only way you get teeth in it.
Yeah, it is. And not to muddy the water, but can we also give direction to investigate traffic mitigation at California and Irwin and.
Sure. If that's what the council wants.
I heard no's. It's just an investigation to see how that's going to.
Just to explore.
How that's going to impact traffic in that intersection.
Can everyone see that clearly?
Mhm.
Someone breaking in?
Chief.
Everyone see
Just
that?
kidding, it's not a person.
Does everyone understand that clearly?
What was that last rider that you put on there, Councilmember Engel?
Just to look at the traffic at California and Irwin. There's that. That makes sense. And all that. And there's like
Just to
investigate the impacts to the traffic there.
investigate the impacts. Okay.
All right. Does that sound clear?
As mud.
I feel like.
Staff, can we read
it's
it
clear to
back
me.
just to make sure? Yeah, I'm sure you got notes there. Are we going to go off of the recording or?
Oh, yeah, we have the motion as was read by legal counsel.
Okay.
Any comment?
All right, then, we need a second on the motion.
I'll second.
I need a council member to say so
you
moved.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, we have to do roll.
Sorry, we gotta do the special.
Roll call.
Do it. Okay,
Used to that.
roll call vote. Sorry, people.
Aye.
Mayor Andrew Hagan.
Aye.
Need to repeat it? Okay.
The motion?
Nothing.
Okay. Can you
Yeah, go for it.
repeat it?
All right, so as I heard, approve entitlement package
As presented.
as presented and direct staff to implement interim safety measures,
Mitigation traffic, yeah. Sorry.
including right turn only with pylons and double yellow. If,
No, currently.
currently, yeah.
Currently.
And
Interim,
if
interim.
if there's a gap between first homes being pulled and the Caltrans permanent improvements at Brennan and 120, council will implement further measures to shut down Brennan. And the last rider was to add exploration of mitigation measures at California and Irwin.
Until the light is complete.
This is, that's all the
staff.
city side.
This is Sal.
They're approving the entitlement package as presented. Everything else is direction of staff. I just want to clarify though,
I
he
said
said,
northbound, but
I just want to clarify
at CERT, it'll be.
I want to clarify, there was, city manager said between the building being pulled and the ultimate Caltrans project, I want to clarify it's between the time if the ultimate Caltrans project, whatever that project alternative is chosen, which again, that'll be around December 2026. If that project is not built by the time the first cert of OC is issued, then the city will take steps to shut down Brennan on
Northbound
that.
Brennan?
Brennan northbound at 120.
Northbound at 120 on the project side.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
So moved.
All right. So moved.
I'll second.
Second on the so moved. All right, we got
Roll call vote.
roll
Okay, roll
call.
call vote. We're ready? Mayor Andrew Hagan.
Yay, or aye, sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem Melinda Walker.
Aye.
Councilmember Jeremy Engel.
Aye.
Councilmember Sean Stroman.
Nay.
Councilmember Jeff Kay.
Aye.
Okay. Let's get that last emergency thing done real quick and then bang it out. Thank you for all your input and time.
Thank you. Yeah.
I see you guys again.
Okay. Let's get that last one out. Let's try to get this one banged out, guys. real quick. So the emergency,
Didn't we have to do an annexation for the piece of
It
land?
was as presented, so it included the
I've
annexation.
included it, yeah, so
Yeah, we go back.
it's seven was included.
Right here.
You, okay, sorry.
So let's do the emergencies.
Maybe.
I thought that was, okay, well, that's basically included, right?
Open cart.
Number 7?
Below the road.
Okay,
So
let's,
I'm ready when council's ready. We have number 7 and then the urgency item.
well, seven, I
Just
think
the
it's.
first reading.
First reading?
Yeah, it's just the first reading, right? There's
I'm
not
fine.
action on our part.
I'm fine with it.
We can make this very quick.
Yep.
Okay.
We could.
Number 7, city staff thought it would be an appropriate time to annex the Hogan Park expansion area. This is city-owned property. It's about 20 acres. It's been owned for a very long time. We have an application now, since approved, potentially going to LAFCO. City staff wanted to fold this annexation under that potential
And
application.
just one quick question for you on that. This does not open us up to like some building on that property, right?
No, absolutely
Because of
not.
the Surplus Act or
Yep.
whatever.
Nope. This is a city-owned property in the county. We're simply seeking to annex it. We can still be consistent with our general plan, which dedicates this as parkland.
What's the obvious reason for it?
The obvious reason to annex is to further the park expansion project.
Be able to control the.
Be able to control it, so it's not within the county jurisdiction, it's within our jurisdiction.
And this,
Okay.
oh, I'm sorry.
You go for it. I just want to make it clear to the community, the reasoning behind it. Sorry, go for it. Pro Tem?
So we have more control if it's city-owned, or if it's in city limits, than if it is outside of city limits. Is that correct?
Yeah, technically, we would need to get permits potentially through them, approval through them, that type of thing. In the city limits, we can do what we'd like.
So, devil's advocate, we do have an annexation moratorium. Does this open up the can for more annexations to, now we have a moratorium, but we're adding one more annexation in?
It's a residential moratorium for residential annexations. This would just be parkland.
Okay, great.
Any other questions before we have anything brought to us? All right, someone want to throw out a motion?
I'll move to approve the annexation of this parcel
Oh, I'm so
at
sorry.
for Hogan Park expansion.
Hold tight, Councilman Sherman, I apologize. Been a long night. Public comment on this at all? Okay. Online?
No.
Okay, I apologize for that, guys. All right, come back. All right, now say it. Go for it.
I will move to approve the proposed annexation and pre-zoning city-owned property at 17341 Escalon Below the Road, which is APN 225-020-110-000.
I'll second.
Okay.
Roll call vote. Are we ready? Mayor Andrew Hagan,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melinda Walker,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeremy Engel,
Aye.
Councilmember Sean Stroman,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeff Kay.
Aye.
And then,
0.
not to rush things too quickly, but can we get to that emergency use now and we'll just get that going? All right. So,
Just to reset, staff is concerned about safety issues. We found out about these issues after the agenda was posted. Council has approved putting an urgency item on the agenda to consider basically a lease swap between city-owned property and kind of a dual lease, leasing each other's property, so that we have additional parking for recreational uses and a business has additional parking for their purpose.
I just think the recommendation is to authorize the city manager to enter into at least a temporary bridging agreement with the property owner for a period of time until both sides can do whatever due diligence so they can get started and the parking lot is opened again to the community for soccer and whatnot. So that's why, we obviously don't have the document for you to review like we would normally. We don't have the staff report because this is an urgency item, but it's to authorize the city manager to work with legal counsel to enter into an appropriate agreement.
and bring it back.
And then we'll bring it back. Eventually, we'll bring back a more permanent document.
Gotcha.
For council approval as needed, because we may have to technically make some findings under the SLA or some other statute. But we'll bring that back later when it's ready.
I think given the current parking issues over there, I don't think in the best interest of the community, regardless of my own opinion on things sometimes, I think it's the right answer to go ahead and enter into it. And then we can I'd like to potentially discuss the further exploration of parking measures on the, northeast corner over there too.
Yeah, I think I would need some type of time frame to get on board, like this temporary. How long are we talking? Are we talking 90 days? Are we talking 120 days? 8 years? What are we talking?
Either after the football season or 1 year is how I feel about it. So like either.
I mean, can we authorize this for 12 months and plenty of time to get it back with a permanent one? Would we be agreeable with that?
I mean, it can be as little as a couple months and as, much as a year.
Well, we want
I
to,
think both Frank and I were thinking 6 months.
I think's fair. That's
great.
Yeah, considering the pressure that I believe that the property owner placed on the citizens and this council and just the poor way that it was presented, I think it needs to be resolved quickly. I think a year, while it may seem reasonable, I think if he wants to play hardball, let's play hardball back.
So I think 6 months, but in that 6 months before baseball season starts, we do need to seriously think of have this relationship, whether we're going to extend this or if we're going to solve it in another way, because it does need to be solved.
Well, if the property owner is going to be investing his equipment, time, and money into essentially doing free work on our property, I'm sure that he's going to want it to be resolved in short order so that he knows that he has reassurances that we aren't going to jerk the property right back from him right after him spending his time leveling it.
Yeah, that's logical.
I agree. And thank you, Councilmember Kay, for the communication with the resident to be able to, have.
You're more than welcome. I was happy to help on this.
Yes,
Good work
thank
on
you.
that.
So guys, I have a quick question.
What's up?
One of the things that we have not talked about is who's responsible for cleanup. I mean, he mentioned that he wants to put down almond shells. And so who's going to be doing the cleanup of that whole area to turn it back to native soil when we're done?
Well, I think that's in the long-term view of the MOA. So right now we're looking at just getting it open, getting some parking there, short-term agreement with long-term focus, basically, is how I see it, right? I mean,
I think that's kind of the idea, is that we just want to get something in writing that gives him the ability to start moving forward on his needs, and also allow us to go back to utilizing his property the way that we were previously. And then as far as all of that stuff goes, I think that our city manager is more than capable of ironing out those deals in a more permanent MOU.
Councilmember Kay, in your conversation with that property owner, did he give any sort of indication why he didn't bother reaching out to a member of council?
I did not bother asking about the past. I spoke to the future. I said, let's get this behind us.
well, unless anyone else has something to say, Councilman Kay, you want to throw it out there?
Well, you probably got a
Oh, yeah.
public comment.
Public comment, sorry. I need to get some more coffee. Public comment. Anyone out there like to make a comment? Okay, online.
None online.
All right, back to the dais.
I would like to make a motion to approve the city manager to enter into a memorandum of understanding in a time span of 3 months so that we can get a permanent one in place with the property owner in regards to this parking lot issue at the recreation center.
I would just say an agreement approved by the city attorney. It's probably going to be a license agreement.
Why is it always going to be you? You just got to throw yourself.
I'm just sorry. Just don't pre-select what agreement I'm going to need to enter into. Yes.
So moved.
I
So
know we
moved.
did. Can we do 6?
You want 6?
I want to go through football season,
Okay, 6.
like flag football.
Well, we want to make sure is 3 going to be a game changer versus 6?
You do have a motion.
Yeah, we
No,
do.
I don't think it'll be a game changer.
Yeah, and I think putting a short time limit on it will make the other property owner feel more comfortable with it, to be honest.
So you want to finish
Okay.
your
I think as stated,
But 3 months
3 months.
and not an MOA.
Sure.
Said MOU. As amended.
As amended.
Can I get a second from somebody?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay, roll call vote.
Roll call vote.
Here we go.
So-
Mayor Andrew Hagan.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Melinda Walker.
Aye.
Councilmember Jeremy Engel.
Nay.
Councilmember Sean Stroman.
Aye.
Councilmember Jeff Kay.
Aye.
4-1.
All right. We will go to council communication.
I just have one short thing. I want to thank the Lions Club for all that they do for this community and for putting on a fantastic park week. You guys did a great job this year, and I sure appreciate all that you do for all of us. Aside from that, I'm done.
Councilman Stroman?
It's late. I just want to say thank you to the community members that took their time to come tonight, provide feedback. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. Your job took me away for a few days, but glad to be a part of it.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Councilman Engel?
Yeah, interesting meeting tonight, and I don't think there was really any way to make everybody happy. And the dais had a difficult decision to make, and I'm real proud of the work that they did. I'm real proud of the community for coming out and at least speaking their voice or allowing it to be heard, because that's the only way we're going to understand. I do recognize that there are going to be several people that are unhappy, and there was a lot of emotion in some of the presentations tonight, and I don't want our decision to seemingly disregard those people's feelings. I think this board did what they felt was the best, and happy to be a part of it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Pro Tem.
I'm going to second that. I love it when people come out, tell us what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, and tell us how and guide us, because we're here for the citizens. We're ultimately here to make the decision that the citizens would like us, while we do have some information to help guide their guidance as well. So I like the back and forth. Come out here more often. This is usually, well, you can't see it on the screen, but it's usually this empty. So I like it when there's people here. Please, if you have any issues with the city, please come tell us. It'd be great. Also want to say that regardless of the parking issue, I was out there at soccer on Saturday. It was fantastic. A lot of families out. It's our biggest sport all year. A lot of families having fun. I didn't hear much about the parking issue. So a lot of our citizens were doing just fine and just reverted back to before we had the overflow parking. They knew what to do. They knew where to go. And no, it was a fantastic time. So thank you to city staff and recreation for getting that going and getting us off to a good start. Also had a great time at Park Feet. Weather was fantastic. Usually you see everybody go to the parade and disperse. Everybody stayed there, met your neighbors, had a good time. Thank you to Lions Club for making it super exciting, making good advertisements for it as well. So you knew what was going on when things were happening. It was very lack of confusion. I knew exactly what was happening, and it was a great time, and it was great to see everybody. And the music lineup was probably the best that I've seen in many, many years. So anyway, good job, Escalon. Good job, Lions Club staff. Great. All right. Sorry, it's late. Thank you, everybody.
I couldn't say it any better than ditto times 3. I mean, you guys are saying it how I would say it, and the only other caveat I wanted to add to Councilman Ingalls, is that I think we came to a strategy that's going to mitigate safety issues, and it's going to allow the community to grow in the right direction. So I would agree. I feel real comfortable with the decision and where we're heading with that in the future. I don't think we're putting any citizen in harm's way with the decision tonight. So thank you for your time, and have a good rest of your evening.